of way adjacent to the north of this area was never formally dedicated. As such, 33 feet of street right-of-way will be dedicated for West 19th Street. This dedication of right-of-way is consistent with the established right-of-way width. Utility and drainage easements are proposed along nearly the entire perimeter of the plat. An additional utility and drainage easement is proposed in the southeast corner of the lot to accommodate stormwater infrastructure. This additional infrastructure is needed to address concerns for stormwater runoff on the site at this time and to account for any stormwater runoff resulting from redevelopment. There's an easement running through the center of the lot, which was dedicated through the existing plat. This easement will be vacated through the subdivision process. The applicant has already reached out to utility companies that are operating in this area and has begun the process of relocating those lines. Access restrictions and access points are shown on the face of the plat as well. The access points are shown for context only at this stage, and they roughly correspond to the existing access points for the property. Precise design, size, and location of these access points are subject to change based on the design review that will take place during the site planning process. Technical variance for street right-of-way width is required with this plat. The plat proposes to maintain the existing right-of-way widths for both Avalon Road and West 9th Street. Avalon Road is classified as a local road. The subdivision regulations state that local roads require 60 feet of street right-of-way. The plat proposes maintaining the existing 50 feet of street right-of-way on Avalon Road. West 9th Street is classified as a minor arterial, which the subdivision regulations state requires 100 feet of street right-of-way. Plat proposes maintaining the existing 66 feet of street right-of-way. If the technical variance requests were denied, the property would be required to dedicate an additional 5 feet of right-of-way along Avalon Road and an additional 17 feet along West 9th Street. City engineer has reviewed the request and indicated approval of the proposal to maintain existing street right-of-way width. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the preliminary plat PP 20-00210 for Oldfather Studios. Staff also recommends approval of the technical variance request to reduce required street right-of-way widths for both West 9th Street and Avalon Road. With that, I'd be happy to sit for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Kyle. David Carter, Chair. I believe we've got the applicant here. Is Mr. Werner here, or someone else from the practice to respond? Mr. Werner, would you care to respond to Kyle's presentation?
Paul Werner, Architects. We really don't have a presentation. Aaron's on here as well. It's more of a technical field than CFS did all of the work. So if there are any questions, one of us or Joy Ray will be happy to answer. I think Kyle's right. We are working on a site plan and hope to submit a site plan here shortly. Unless there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werner. David Carter, Chair. I don't see anyone having signed up for public comment. Jeff, could I just ask you to confirm that there's no one in the council chamber who's appeared to speak on this item?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. No one else in the chambers.
Okay, thank you, David Carter, Chair. I guess that will turn this back over to the commission. Anyone have any questions for Kyle or for anyone from Mr. Werner's team? Commissioner Ashworth.
I'll just go ahead and start us off. This is Commissioner Ashworth. I'm just wondering, I know the city engineer has approved this, but I do want to address the letters that were sent in the packet, and wondering if staff could speak to the safety concern and why expanding the right-of-way per the new subdivision regulations will not enhance the safety of the traffic in and out. One of my main concerns about this whole project is the traffic. So I'm just wondering if someone from staff can just speak more specifically, addressing those concerns from the public about the safety enhancement or not the safety enhancement with that expansion of the right-of-way.
This is Aaron Gaspers with CFS Engineers. I can help field this question. Pretty much the reason for the request and not expanding of the right-of-way is keeping the right-of-way as it is and asking this variance would match the existing right-of-way as you go east or west of the property along 9th Street. It would also match the right-of-way to the south along Avalon. The city has no plans to widen 9th Street or Avalon. Both streets operate and function sufficiently with the existing street sections within the existing right-of-way. The traffic volume demands for 9th and Avalon are well under capacity for providing the existing number of lanes. As part of the project to address the safety questions, we are doing a few things to improve safety in the surrounding street network. We plan public improvements to add a westbound left turn lane on 9th Street into the site for safety. That is not currently there. With those improvements will still be contained within the existing 66-foot right-of-way. Safety is also being improved by the project by reducing the number of entrances along 9th Street. There are currently 2 existing into the site and 1 is proposed. There will be a secondary entrance off 9th, but that is for fire lane emergency vehicles only. And that is there just to meet fire department requirements. Another item that we're doing is the 1 proposed entrance. We plan to design to align it with Avalon Road, the north leg of Avalon. The aligned intersection will be safer than the current staggered intersection. All parking for the development will be created on site. And I think it also is important to note that with this infill and redevelopment project, it's important to look at the comparison of traffic between what was there when the film studio was in operation and what is being generated by this development. And traffic generated in the peak hours by this apartment will be roughly equivalent to the film studio when it was in operation. Estimates actually reduced the peak traffic volumes by 11 vehicles per hour in the AM and 1 vehicle per hour in the PM. So ultimately we are reducing traffic. I hope those answered all your questions. I'm here for any follow-ups as well.
If I may, Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services, just to add on to Aaron's comment there, the amount of land that is being asked in the dedication
is space available for the road and other public improvements out there. That doesn't get to the design or the features that would be brought in and put in as part of the project. Based on our discussions with the city engineer, they felt that the amount of right-of-way was sufficient to accommodate improvements that they were looking at in there, and they also didn't see the need to expand the amount of land dedicated to the right-of-way as part of the overall process. So to kind of keep in mind that the amount of land dedicated versus the ultimate improvements done are 2 separate items in the package.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Mr. Gaspers. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Ashworth, do you feel your question's been answered?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from commissioners? I guess, Jeff, I'd just like, I'd appreciate, or Jeff or Kyle, a little bit of walking us through where we stand in the process of developing this property. If this is approved, if this request is approved, can you walk us through what the next steps are and what our role in that process is going to be?
Certainly. Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. There would be an administrative final plat that would be done based upon what is approved on the preliminary plat, and there would also be an administrative site plan that would be taken care of. That would be done through the planning office on both of those items and be handled by staff. Planning Commission's role was essentially the approval of the preliminary plat, and then it moves into an administrative portion of the code from there.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. I know we've been here before, but just a little bit more context, a little bit of clarification. When this was before us last, we had a kind of a conceptual site plan. Now we're looking at the preliminary plat with the final site plan up for administrative review. Can you help us understand why we have no role in approval of an actual site plan?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. The site planning roles and positions are in the Land Development Code in Article 13, and it outlines who is the decision-making entity in those instances there. And that one was assigned to effectively the planning director and the planning staff as part of that code assessment. So as part of the decision-making criteria in Article 13, that is all routed through an administrative process. There are instances where some site plans, based upon the ordinances that were adopted and related to the properties, require additional approvals by either the city commission or, in the case of county items, it always goes to the Board of County Commissioners. That is a slightly different code than the Land Development Code. But effectively, Article 13 outlines the review process for site plans to be an administrative item.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Appreciate the clarification. Ed, any other questions, comments, observations from other commissioners? Commissioner Struckhoff.
Eric Struckhoff, Planning Commissioner. I believe it's 2016 bicycle facilities map, the Lawrence Bikes map, shows this section of 9th Street between Avalon, between Emory and Centennial to be a future bike lane. We have bike lanes east of Emory Road on 9th Street. I'm wondering if anybody from planning can tell me what the status or future plans are for the western portion of 9th Street in this area and how this would impact possibility of continuing those bike lanes to the west.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Part of the reviews that we did is we had the city engineer and municipal services and operations take a look at that, and they didn't raise any concerns about the possibility of that being a future implementation if that is the line of the process they'd like to go in there. I don't have any timeline on when that might occur. It's not been shared with me if there is a project or proposal to kind of go through that work out there. But that is still, as far as I'm aware, the latest plan that we have, and we're working on kind of working through those implementation steps as we can at this date.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thinking that with improvements. I'm sorry, Eric Struckhoff, Planning Commissioner again. Sorry, Mr. Chair. A follow-up question, I guess, or comment is I just want to make sure that we maintain sufficient right-of-way along 9th Street to the west, and that the street configuration is maintained through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckhoff. Did you want a response to that last observation?
No, I just want to make the statement that I want that configuration to be possible. That is, the geometry should be maintained such that when the decision is made to bring that bike facility further to the west, if the space exists, and that, but that's my main concern.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckhoff. David Carter, Chair. Other questions, comments, observations? Commissioner Carpenter.
Tim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I don't know who to direct this to, but what would be the impact of requiring the current right-of-way dedications on this project or in the future to the plans for, say, the bike lane as was brought up or anything else?
Kyle Kobe with Planning. I think I can answer that. Most directly for this property, if we were to apply the current regulations, they would be required to dedicate 5 feet on Avalon and 17 feet on West 9th Street, which effectively would move those lot or property lines into the lot that exists right now by that amount. So if we were to bring it up to the current standards, the properties on each side of the road are required to supply half, which is why, so on Avalon, for example, it would be 5 feet rather than 10. And then that same concept would be applied down the line on both streets. So in order to bring both of those roads or streets up to the current standards, it would require a series of subdivision processes that dedicated additional right-of-way. And in any given case, there would be a number of implications on setback standards and if it would be moving a lot or a property line over something that's already existing on somebody's property. It's hard to give I guess an overview of how that would impact any given property. I know on this particular one, it would move the western property or lot line very close to the existing structure, and it would certainly complicate setback standards as well.
Tim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Essentially, what's in the report is there are no other properties with the current right-of-way requirements in that area. Is that correct?
Kyle Kobe with planning. Yeah, when I was writing the staff report up, I went up and down the 9th Street to see how many properties were actually hitting that 100-foot mark. And there were almost none between Iowa and essentially Kentucky, I believe, was where it started meeting. But that a lot of that has to do with the fact that the classification changed from minor arterial. So I don't remember. I could be mistaken. There might have been one or two places where it was closer, but I don't know that there was any point along there where it was much wider than 90 feet or so. So yes, in effect, the entirety of West 9th Street right now is under the what the current standards would call.
Tim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. What about on Avalon?
Kyle Kobe with planning. There is a stretch to the south on Avalon that is actually even narrower than it is right here. I believe it goes down to 40 feet at one point. But yes, Avalon from West 9th Street all the way down to the next intersection, the entire stretch of Avalon Road is under the current requirement.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. So if we required the right-of-ways under the current code, when the next request to redevelop or any development that triggered a site plan up or down 9th Street or Avalon, the city would most likely be requesting that it meet the current code also.
Kyle Kobe with planning. I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't think I think my connection's a little bit unstable. I have to apologize. I didn't catch everything.
All right, Jim Carpenter, Planning Commission. I'll try again. I'm just asking if we require the current standards for right-of-way on this intersection for this one property, should any of the properties, like the apartments to the west, the apartments to the north, or the residential lots south on Avalon, if any of those, or the apartments to the east on 9th Street, if any of those were ever redeveloped or had proposals that required a new site plan, if this one was at the new right-of-way requirements, I would imagine the city would be requesting that under new site plans, they would be brought up to current standards if we'd already done this one. Would that be a fair assessment?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. It would not be a function of site planning. It would be a function of a platting action that would occur. Site
Could go on with the lots platted as is if they were not doing any configurations or adjustments. It would be an action of platting that would make the right-of-way variance come back and go through the triggering process like we have this evening. So a redevelopment on a site plan would not require a similar item. There are instances where the city may through various reasons, need to acquire right-of-way, and we would go through that process as part of a purchasing or an easement or a very similar kind of situation in those fronts. But the only time that we would go through something like this would be either through a major subdivision or a minor subdivision process.
And Carpenter Planning Commissioner, so in effect, if we grant this variance this evening, what we're doing is we're putting this property on the same footing as all of the other properties around it, which would require the city in the future to approach each property owner to acquire additional right-of-way if it was deemed necessary for road widening or something like that. Is that correct?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Other questions? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. So we have a pretty long history and long precedent of granting these right-of-way variances if it passes through the city engineer and it matches the rest of the neighborhood. Is there anything, as kind of a question directed to Commissioner Carpenter, is there anything about this project that you feel is different? I'm curious.
Carpenter Planning Commissioner. No, I was just trying to address the issue raised in the letters that were sent in, that we're requesting the new right-of-way, and was trying to get to what the implications of that might be. That's all that line of questioning was about. And I agree with you. We've done this consistently down many different streets in the city, approving the existing right-of-way as what should remain, rather than requiring people to move buildings back and everything else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair. Other questions for the applicant or for staff? I guess I think it's a question for the applicant. And while we didn't receive communications this time around from neighbors or from the public regarding the historical nature of Oldfather Studios or of the grove on the southeast corner of the property, when this came up before us last time, there was quite a bit of public comment, and a couple of commissioners also spoke about it. Obviously, this is not directly related to the proposal before us, but it is the last time that this commission has an opportunity to address you about this. And I'm curious if you have any plans as part of the future, the development of this property, to acknowledge in any physical way the history of this site through preservation of any part of the structure or of the grounds.
Paul Warner Architects. When you have time, you might want to watch the city commission meeting from when the zoning went there. This topic was discussed a little bit more in detail. We do plan on trying to salvage, the stone on the front, any evidence from the existing building that we might be able to use on the new building. We really haven't got that far. The structure is in really, really poor shape, but we do see the stone certainly on the front facade, and there's a couple other items that we're going to try to incorporate in the new building. But it is, not trying to beat up KU a little bit. I mean, this is a pretty good example of, the structure deteriorated over time. And this, this group, we've got what we've got. But we're going to try to find any items in the existing buildings that we can incorporate in the new building and the new facade. We're looking for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. David Carter, Chair. Other questions? Commissioner Willie.
I would make a motion, Mr. Chair, if you're ready.
Please go ahead.
I move to approve the preliminary plat for the former Oldfather Studios located at 1621 West 9th Street, and approving the associated variance for the reduction of right-of-way width from West 9th Street from 100 feet to 66 feet and Avalon Road from 60 feet to 50 feet.
Chair, Amy Miller, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. Could we get that as two separate votes?
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Let's see, Commissioner Willie, do you want to amend your motion?
I strike my motion and start over. May I?
Please.
All right. I move to approve the preliminary plat for former Oldfather Studios located at 1621 West 9th Street.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Do I have a second? Commissioner Struckhoff. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, Amy, could I ask you to call the roll, please?
Amy Miller, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. Ashworth.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Hayden.
Yes.
Sands.
Yes.
Sinclair.
Yes.
Struckoff.
Yes.
Willie.
Yes.
Thank you. Amy, do you want to, I guess, motion passes. And would anyone like to make a motion on the variance? Commissioner Willie.
Amy, may I make both variances together in one motion?
I think that would be fine. Amy Miller, Assistant Planning PDS Director.
Okay, Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I move to approve the variances associated with the preliminary plat for the reduction of right-of-way width from West 9th Street from 100 feet to 66 feet and Avalon Road from 60 feet to 50 feet.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Do I have a second? Commissioner Struckhoff. Any further discussion? All right, Amy, would you please call the roll?
Amy Miller, Assistant PDS Director. Ashworth. Butler.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Hayden. Hayden. I can't tell. I think Commissioner Payton is frozen.
I believe that to be correct.
Okay. I will.
I think we've got her back.
I'll skip her for just a minute. Commissioner Sands.
Yes.
Sinclair.
That was me, my internet. So, yes.
Got it. Thank you, Commissioner Payton. Commissioner,
Aaron Payton.
thank you. Commissioner Sinclair.
Yes.
Commissioner Struckoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Amy. That brings us to item 2. Consider approving a preliminary plat for Fall Creek Farms located at 100 Fall Creek Road and 120 Hidden Lane. I believe, Catherine, you're going to present for us on this.
Good evening, Commissioners. Catherine Week, and I am presenting item number PP 2000213, which is a preliminary plat for Fall Creek Farms 19th plat. This plat did come in with a different platting name. It was proposed as Fall Creek Farm. They've since changed that name to Fall Creek Farms 19th plat. The first one was a little too close to some of the other original Fall Creek Farm plat names. So to keep it in the same family, it is now Fall Creek Farms 19th plat. So platting is a required step as a development process step prior to any issuance of building permits. And preliminary platting is the first step in a 2-step process. There's a final plat step that follows. This particular final or preliminary plat application will have a final configuration of 3 lots. There are 2 lots currently in existence and developed with single-family dwellings on them that will be slightly reconfiguring. A portion of those lots are platted, but a portion are not platted, and so they will be incorporated into this preliminary plat configuration for 3 lots. This particular preliminary plat is located at the terminus of what is currently Hidden Lane. It's just a little bit south of Fall Creek Farms Drive, kind of tucked in the corner there of that development. And as the preliminary plat shows, They will be completing that terminus into a cul-de-sac in this particular location to provide access to the proposed 3 lots. This application for all preliminary plats is reviewed under the subdivision regulations to make sure that it conforms to all of our subdivision regulation standards. Again, for continuing our next step processes, they would still need to submit a final plat if this preliminary plat was approved. And as part of that final plat, there would be some public improvements that would be required to complete the cul-de-sac, some adjustments and additions of easements to provide utilities to each of the lots. There are easements and services in the area already, but they would need to make sure each lot has individual access to those. So that would be part of the final planning process. And then any building permits for those 3 proposed lots would follow any approval of a final plat. So currently, as I mentioned, the 2 lots, one is located at 100 Fall Creek Farms and 120 Hidden Lane. Those currently have single-family dwellings on them. Even with the reconfiguration of the portion that is not platted to become new lots, those lots would still maintain their current dimensional requirements for the RS10 zoning district where this is located. And so all of the lots that they're proposing, one is approximately a 3-acre lot and the other are close to half-acre lots, all conform to the dimensional standards for the RS10, conform or exceed in this case, dimensional standards for the RS10 zoning district. As far as access, as I mentioned, they'll be completing the cul-de-sac at the terminus of Hidden Lane. Hidden Lane is classified as a local road. However, because it serves 8 residential lots or less, it is considered limited. And so that limited local road is permitted to have a slightly narrower right-of-way width of 50 feet, which is there currently, and then a bulb radius in the cul-de-sac of 60 feet, which they would be providing. So they would meet the access requirements for those 3 additional lots. And access for the 2 developed lots would remain as they are currently, one of which is taking access already off of Hidden Lane, and the other is taking access off Fall Creek Farms. That would not be changing. So those lots' access would remain the same. So staff, after reviewing the preliminary plat criteria, staff is making the recommendation for approval with 2 conditions. Those conditions being that as part of the final platting process, they would provide the necessary flow information for the downstream sanitary sewer analysis for those 3 lots, and then any public improvement plans as required for the developments of the additional infrastructure or access in Hidden Lane that would be required. All of that would be part of the final plat application. So I would be happy to stand for any questions at this time if you have them.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And Mr. Maurer, would you like to offer any additional comments?
CL Maurer with Land Plan Engineering. No, I mean, we're good with staff and with the conditions. We'll provide the downstream sewer analysis for the 3 lots. And at one time, this was going to be 11 lots when it was done, preliminary plats back in the 90s. But it never got developed that way. So that's why you end up, the way they've asked right now is just the 3 lots. So I don't think we have any problem with the sanitary sewer. And I'm open to any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. David Carter, Chair. Let's see. I don't see anyone signed up for comments. Jeff, could I ask you to review the commission chambers and see if there's anyone to speak?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. There is no one here for the item.
Okay, thank you. David Carter, Chair. I'll turn this over to the commission. Any questions for Catherine or for the applicant? If there are no questions, I'd also entertain a motion if someone prefers. Commissioner Sinclair.
No, I would be happy to make a motion if you'll take it.
I'm certainly willing to entertain it.
I move that we approve the preliminary plat for Fall Creek Farms 19th plat, subject to the conditions set forth in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinclair. Do I have a second? Commissioner Struckoff. Do I have any further discussion on this item? If not, Amy, could you call the roll, please?
Sure. Amy Miller, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. Ashworth.
Yes.
Thank you. Butler.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Hayden.
Yes.
Sands.
Yes.
Sinclair.
Yes.
Struckoff.
Yes.
Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Amy. David Carter, Chair. That brings us to item 3. Consider approving a special use permit for the addition of a canopy structure and parking lot for drive-through COVID testing at Lawrence Memorial Hospital. And I believe Sandy's going to present on this item.
Good evening, Commissioners. Sandy Day, planner. This application is for the amendment to an approved industrial development plan, or I'm sorry, an institutional development plan for the Lawrence Memorial Hospital. The majority of the hospital property is zoned H Hospital, and similar approvals were completed in 2017 and 2018 for parking lot and building additions to the campus. The revision of this addition is for the addition of a covered structure on the north end of the property to accommodate drive-through testing. The north part of the site includes an existing surface parking lot and a storage building. A portion of the parking lot will be converted to accommodate the covered structure and changes to vehicular circulation to allow for an additional exit out of that parking space to the private drive. Property is surrounded by a variety of zoning districts. The area to the north and west is zoned for residential uses. The area to the east is zoned also for institutional uses, including Burton Ash, visiting nurses, and the development of the mental health and transitional housing project to the east. The revised institutional development plan also shows some on-street parking changes to Arkansas Street. This is intended to offset the loss of that parking within the interior of the property. It would require separate public improvement plans as well as specific city commission approval before that change could be made. Currently, parallel parking is permitted along this street, and it's included in that IDP really to give notice to the community in the surrounding area to show how that area would interact with the surrounding neighborhood. Overall, the off-street parking provided for the hospital does actually exceed the minimum code requirement, although parking demand is a recognized concern for the neighborhood. Code requires an institutional development plan for more than 10 acres to be processed as a special use permit requiring a public hearing. Staff has not received communications regarding the project, although we did hear from one resident along Arkansas Street expressing concern about the width of the street and what on-street parking could do, and requested a consideration that the street be designed for one-way traffic, which is something that would be considered with the public improvement plans if approved by the City Commission. There are no other changes to the hospital site or to the institutional development plan other than this addition for the testing site and the covered structure to accommodate that. The applicant is also on the line to answer any specific details regarding the project, and I'm happy to answer any process questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. David Carter, Chair. Mr. Maurer, I have you down for this project as well. Do you have anything to add to Sandy's comments?
No, we are here in agreement with Sandy. We're trying to move this along as quickly as possible, just because of the COVID. This is where all came up with. They want to, right now they're using the old emergency area to test people, but this will be a better way of getting people in and out a lot faster. And whether we use it for COVID or whatever else I want to use it for, if vaccines and all that's come up, they might be able to do that at the same time. So we're getting this through as quickly as possible. I am open for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. David Carter, Chair. Any questions, comments from commissioners for the applicant or for staff? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. The question for Sandy, is there really a requirement that LMH replace the parking that's going to be lost for this, since they exceed what they have already, and they've also built the new LMH West facility? So I wouldn't think that parking would be quite the same problem in the neighborhood that it has been.
The on-street parking that's proposed is not a requirement. It is a concept that the hospital has been considering and wishes to have additional discussion with the city about adding that parking. I think it's hard to determine how much parking demand is needed with the new West facility. I have heard anecdotal reports that there's still a lot of parking used throughout the campus. I'm not sure how to evaluate that. They certainly do exceed it. It's not a requirement of ours to provide additional parking to offset. I think that was from the hospital.
Sorry, Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. A quick follow-up. So is this something that we need to weigh in on, or is that something that will only come to the city? That's another question for Sandy about the parking specifically.
Sandy Day Planning. It is specifically an action of the City Commission whether or not to approve that particular design, but we thought it would be appropriate to have the Planning Commission weigh in on it, and also provided through the public hearing process for the community to be able to comment on the overall plan design. So it is up to the Planning Commission how you want to comment on it. As an institutional development plan through the special use permit process, you are an advisory board in this capacity. The ultimate decision will be of the City Commission.
Thank you, Sandy. Commissioner Willie, you look like you might have a follow-up question. Are you?
Nope, I was only saying thank you.
Very good, thank you. David Carter, Chair. Any further questions from commissioners? I guess I have a question for Mr. Maurer. Since this is a permanent structure, I think you mentioned in your kind of follow-up to Sandy's comments what potential future uses for this structure would be. And we're not talking about just a temporary tent. This is a permanent structure. And I think, can you give us some more vision of what intended uses might be, God willing, once this pandemic is over?
C.L. Maurer, Land Plan Engineering. I understand it. It looks like a permanent structure in the way everything's being built, but it's more of a safer structure. A tent, yes, is temporary, but if this thing's going into wintertime, COVID could be going on for another year. You don't want to keep replacing tents nonstop, too breezy around this area. So that's the reason why it looks like it's a permanent structure. Once COVID is over, yeah, they'll probably end up taking it down. There's no reason, unless there's some other reason we can think of. But right now, this is only for the COVID to get it through.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm sorry. I think there's a little bit of an echo. I thought you'd said something. Thank you. David Carter, Chair. Other questions? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I can't imagine any of us are going to turn this down. Would you be comfortable with me making a motion?
I'd be very comfortable.
I move to approve a special use permit SUP 20-278 for the addition of a canopy structure and parking lot modifications for a drive-through COVID testing at Lawrence Memorial Hospital, 325 Main Street, and including on-street parking along the east side of Arkansas Street, and forwarding this to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Do I have a second? Commissioner Ashworth, by hand motion. Any further discussion? Commissioner Struckoff.
Eric Struckoff, Planning Commissioner. I would just second Commissioner Willie's concern that perhaps the added parking on street is not necessary. I understand they have some parking crunches there at the hospital, but I would hope the City Commission will take a look at the necessity of adding more parking at the hospital when they're already overbuilt.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckoff. Any further discussion? Commissioner Carpenter.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I guess this is to Mr. Mauer. I mean, I know we're going to approve this current request, but part of your statement earlier was this could also be used for inoculations and things in the future. You know, the plan that we're hearing will be mass inoculation once there's a vaccine for COVID. So I guess my question is the structure, are we limiting this to the COVID pandemic, or is this something that would be available for the hospital to put up a structure in the future once we've approved this tonight for other public health emergencies?
See,
I guess that's Mr. Mauer and the staff.
I mean, my understanding is basically for COVID, and because of the demand they had on the other one was actually backing up into Main Street. They were worried, so that's when they came up with this idea. Like I said, how long it's going to be there, nobody knows. So, and whether it can be used for something else down the road, I couldn't tell you. For right now, we're just for the COVID and to keep it there for that. So, can't give you any more than that insight than that. I'm sorry.
This is Sandy Day with the planning office, and I believe we have also Jeff Law back, and I thought there were some LMH representatives on the line as well. But in my discussions with the applicant, who was actually SVB Architects, we have been coordinating with CL more for the on-street parking piece of it. But the intent is that the immediate need is for the COVID testing. When not in use for testing, it would be covered parking in those places. But yes, it could also be used for flu shots, for any kind of community activity that has a drive-through component to it. It's not restricted or limited to just the COVID testing component. That is what's driving the necessity to move this forward very quickly. This item would have normally been on your agenda for perhaps next month. We did work very hard to get it on to tonight's agenda, recognizing the public need to get a better, more organized testing site for the hospital.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Thank you, Sandy. That's very comforting. I like your explanation that this would revert to covered parking and then be available for future public health needs without requiring the hospital to come back every single time we have a need. So I'm very happy to hear that. I mean, our local public health services, the health department, everyone are just doing an incredible job in unimaginably difficult circumstances right now, and anything we can do to assist with that, I'm happy that we can do a little part.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. I think that also addresses more completely the question that I posed earlier. So that's great. Thank you. Any further discussion on this? All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Amy, could I ask you to call the roll, please?
Definitely. Amy Miller, Assistant PDS Director. Ashworth.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Hayden,
Yes.
Sands,
Yes.
Sinclair,
Yes.
Struckoff,
Yes.
Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much, Amy. David Carter, Chair. That brings us to item number 4. Consider denying a request to rezone approximately 1.68 acres from neighborhood commercial center to commercial strip district at 2330 Yale Road. And I believe, Becky, you're going to present on this item.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Becky Pepper. I'm the planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This request proposes the rezoning of approximately 1.68 acres from neighborhood commercial center district to commercial strip district. The subject property is located in the southwest corner of the Hillcrest Shopping Center. Specifically, it is the surface parking area that's located to the south of the building that currently contains Body Boutique. The rezoning request does not include that building or any other portion of the Hillcrest Shopping Center. As shown in Figure 1 of the staff report, the rezoning area only includes that parking area. The subject property is adjacent to Centennial Drive to the west and Yale Road to the south, both of which are classified as local roads. The subject property is included in the boundaries of the Sunset Hill neighborhood. This area includes Iowa Street with commercial activity along its corridor. And then moving to the west from Iowa Street, the land uses transition from commercial uses to more residential uses. Specifically, the subject property is located on the edge of that transition, with CN2 zoning and commercial land uses located to the north and east of it, and residential land uses located to the south and west. The area also includes a development of multi-dwelling structures located immediately to the east of the subject property, and that property is zone CN2. The findings of fact provided in the staff report show that the rezoning request is not compatible with the surrounding zoning, land uses, or the character of the neighborhood. If approved, the rezoning would create an isolated area of commercial strip zoning surrounded by less intense zoning districts. The current zoning, which is primarily intended for the sale of goods and services at the neighborhood level, is a compatible zoning district for the property given its proximity to the residential area and its lack of proximity to Iowa Street. The location of the property also makes it better suited for the uses permitted under the current CN2 zoning than the uses that would be permitted under the CS zoning district. Table 1 in the staff report provides a comparison between the uses permitted under the current zoning and the proposed CS zoning. The CS zoning would permit a variety of higher impact and higher intensity land uses, and also open it up to some industrial land uses. These land use options may not be suitable for the property given its location to the residential land uses. Given this, approving the rezoning could detrimentally affect the nearby properties, while a denial of the rezoning request may benefit the public health, safety, and welfare by removing the potential for high intensity uses in this location. The rezoning request also does not comply with Plan 2040 or the Land Development Code, both of which provide policies on the location and creation of new commercial strip zoning district. Both the comprehensive plan and the code dictate that commercial strip zoning be located along an arterial roadway. As mentioned, the adjacent streets are both classified as local roadways. The Land Development Code also states that new undeveloped parcels shall not be zoned CS unless it's an expansion of an adjacent existing CS zoning. The rezoning request does not constitute the expansion of an existing CS zoning district. As I mentioned, the property in the adjacent commercial area is zoned CN2. If approved, the request would create a pocket of new CS zoning surrounded by residential zoning to the west and south, and CN zoning to the north and east. The full details of the findings of fact are provided in the staff report. And based on those findings, staff recommends denial of the request to rezone the property from CN2 to CS and forwarding it to the City Commission with a recommendation for denial. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. I'm sure we'll have questions. Is Mr. Grobe on the call?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Grobe. Under our bylaws, you have 10 minutes for your response.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, Dean Grove with Grove Engineering. Commissioners, I thank you for listening to our request. Joining me this evening is Jared Rainey, who is grandson of Dick Rainey, who started this shopping center many, many years ago. Also is Lance Adams with Adams Architect that provided the renderings that have been added to your packet. I want to acknowledge that, on the face of this, we're kind of a project where we're swimming upstream, but I think it needs consideration, and I appreciate that. I believe the first thing I'd like to do is clarify something that we did a rezoning request and didn't specifically note it as a conditional zoning because there's no differentiation from the application, and sometimes conditional zoning comes out of either staff or planning commission or neighbors request or conditions. So I will say this is what would be a conditional rezoning request. I will say that I disagree with staff's comments several times in the report referencing section 20-213 where it clearly states that no new undeveloped parcel shall be zoned CS. Well, this particular area that we're looking at has been a parking lot since the 70s when the building to the north was a movie theater. Granted, when it burned down, I think as Becky had in the report, the use of this parking lot dropped off because that large parking lot was strictly for a movie theater. So I disagree that this is a new undeveloped parcel. I'm sorry, but when I look at that, if this was just a vacant lot that wasn't hooked to the shopping center and it's a greenfield site, then you could say, well, he's just trying to add something on the end of this commercial CN2 zoning and call it CS. So the provisions when it can be added to me really don't apply because it's not a new undeveloped parcel. Going from there, with it not being a new undeveloped parcel, we're looking at a true infill redevelopment project. This property's been around a long time. Jared and his grandfather, have tried to, get businesses in. Unfortunately, in a lot of the old CN2 districts, the malls, Haskell Square, fight really hard to get new tenants in. Jared's been for years talking to me about, hey, what do we do with this property? What he's coming with now is really he wants one use. He would like to do a climate controlled mini warehouse. That's a mini warehouse where you have one or two access points and all the storage units are inside or access inside. So you don't generally see any doors getting to warehouses from the outside. There have been some facilities where they use glass and they kind of want to show that, but the idea is there's no exterior doors to the public. So that is the project we're bringing to you with this rezoning, and that's really the only use. Understand that with zoning, hey, do we want spot zoning? Do we want conditional zoning? I know that can always be kind of a slippery slope and, does it set precedents? But, with infill and redevelopment, I think sometimes we have to kind of look over the lines and see if, hey, is this use really applicable? And we hope that we can show that the project that he wants to use would be applicable and compatible with the neighborhood. And when I look at the code, I looked at the requirement for CN2. Code specifically says no CN2 zoning should be over 15 acres. Well, all CN2 zoning in this particular shopping center and adjacent is 23 acres. So, you might say, hey, this shouldn't be CN2 because it's too large. I'll move on to some of the questions that we saw. Compatibility. I think our renderings and can show that, hey, this project would look much like the building beside it. We're not asking for you know, something that wouldn't meet or match what's there. I looked at traffic counts, and if you look at the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the IT handbook, which the city uses to have clients assess traffic, mini warehouse storage is about at the very bottom of the list. So it's not a project that would generate a large amount of traffic compared to a lot of the other things that are in CN2 or CS zone districts. One of the things by rezoning it, buffer yards increase. So again, it's protecting the neighbors more than what the CN2 zoning is. Height requirement in the rendering that we'll talk a little more about in a minute. The height is well below the allowed height, which is the same both in CN2 and CS zoning. So I think that to say 3 stories is inappropriate is not necessarily true, because in this case, the floors are about 11 foot. Well, you could have a 2-story building that would have, you know, 20-foot ceilings, and you would exceed that with 2 floors. As you know, as part of the rezoning has been, well, isn't there enough uses in the CN2 district? Well, there are a lot of uses left in the CN2 district, but Jared, who can talk in a minute, can attend that, you know, people are knocking down his door trying to say, hey, can you build me a building over on this site? I want something with CN2, and hey, let's get rolling on it. To get into a little more into the conditional zoning, as I said, we started it with a straight zoning with one use in mind, and the owner has decided that from a conditional standpoint, if you want to strike all other uses that are allowed in CS, other than the climate controlled mini warehouse, he would be fine with that. I do want to clarify in the email that I sent back, the uses that are allowed by special use in CN2 would like those to still be an allowed use by special use permit for those others in that table that was provided. And Becky also provided a summary in her report of comparing the uses. You know, I think we have a good project, trying to, again, with the infill, it doesn't matter whether it's a restaurant or whatever it is. We feel that a mini storage unit inside climate control would be appropriate. That I think one of the things that, hey, send it out to the edge of the town. Well, you know, a lot of people would like to have a storage unit 6-8 blocks from their house. You know, don't want to drive out the east side of town to get something out of their storage unit. So, and back to the traffic a little bit. As I mentioned, very low traffic counts assumed with this type of facility. We do have, again, Yale and Centennial, as well as the shopping center does touch Iowa and 9th Street, and there are cross access easements, so we can't necessarily say that this piece is completely removed from having access to arterial streets. Again, I cannot say that, hey, there will never be some traffic through the local neighborhoods. You know, and you probably would see there'll be times on certain weekends or certain times of the year, either when people are moving out or moving in, that you may see a little more traffic, and that they could go through the area neighborhoods, but do not believe that this facility is going to automatically induce or entice driving through the local neighborhoods. I guess I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I guess I'd turn it over to Jared if he'd like to provide any other information from the owner standpoint.
So just doing a time check, we're technically at 10 minutes. Mr. Rainey, if you want a couple of minutes to add on, that's fine.
I'll just introduce myself, Jared Rainey, and I just want to kind of piggyback on what Dean said. It is a use that's needed, storage facilities throughout any metropolitan or any city are needed, and we just feel like that it would be something that would benefit the local neighborhood and also possibly the university as well. So that's where I stand.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey. David Carter, Chair. We have 2 people signed up for public comments. Is Matthew Paul on the call?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. Matthew has not joined the meeting.
Okay, David Carter, Chair. How about Gary Weber?
I'm here, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
3 minutes, Weber.
Thanks.
Right, you have 3 minutes.
Chairman Carter and Commissioners. I'm Gary Weber. I'm the president of Sunset Hill Neighborhood Association. You have read the letter from the executive committee of our association urging you to recommend denial of the zoning change. You have also read emails from Sunset Hill residents who oppose this change as well. I won't use any of your time to recap our objections. I would like to extend my thanks to Becky Pepper and the Planning Development Services staff for their thorough report. It's really encouraging to see rigorous, well-designed long-term plans like Plan 2040 utilized to guide the city toward appropriate sustainable growth. And I really appreciate the fact that you go on plans that are well-designed. Finally, I don't want to leave this body or the owners of the property with the impression that because the Neighborhood Association Executive Committee and various neighbors, or the Executive Committee does not approve of this zoning change, that we also do not support development of this parcel. We do support development of this parcel. We believe that infill development of this and similar properties provides a way for our city to grow in a sustainable manner. We believe that the CN2 zoning district allows many appropriate uses that blend with the scale of the neighborhood, adjacent neighborhood, and provide commercial and residential resources that benefit the city. We encourage the Rainey Group to keep working to bring a project to this site that will be appropriate for the current CN2 district and will enhance the corner of Centennial Harbor, the surrounding neighborhood, and the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weber. David Carter, Chair. Jeff, could you tell me if there's anyone in the chamber who'd like to make any additional public comment?
Jeff.
Planning and Development Services, no members of the public in the chamber this evening.
Thank you, David Carter, Chair. Let's turn this over to the commission then. Questions for the applicant, for Mr. Weber or for staff? Commissioner Willie.
Willie, Planning Commissioner. I have a question for staff. So how much of a game changer is this that kind of later in the process, we're hearing from the applicant that they're willing to strike all of the other uses than just the climate controlled mini storage? Is that something that wasn't thoroughly considered or wasn't considered really at the time of the staff report? So how would you feel about that now?
This is Becky Pepper with the Planning Department. We did actually consider conditional zoning when we were doing our review, but the definition of conditional zoning in the Land Development Code states that conditional zoning may be considered when a clear and specific goal, policy, or recommendation of an area plan, neighborhood, nodal plan, or comprehensive plan is identified. And in staff's opinion, given the recommendations and policies in Plan 2040 and also the purpose statements in Article 2 of the Land Development Code, we didn't think that it met that conditional zoning definition and would be possible.
Thank you, Becky. Commissioner Willie, you satisfied with that answer?
I'll see where the discussion goes. I think I have some follow-ups later.
Very good. Thanks, David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Sands.
Probably a question for staff, but maybe a question for Mr. Grove. The design renderings you have, okay, so first to staff, are there specific design guidelines that applicants are required to follow for this area, or I think the question I'm trying to ask is, what guidance did the staff give the applicant for design guidelines? Let me say it that way.
Becky Pepper at the Planning Department. So this is a rezoning application, and while the intent of the application was to facilitate a specific development, when we're reviewing the rezoning, we have to look at all possible zoning outcomes, all the land uses that would be provided. So we did not specifically review the specific use, the climate controlled warehouse. If approved, there will be a site plan that would be submitted and the review would take place at that time. And then that would also include elevations that would be reviewed for our commercial design standards.
Thank you, Becky. Commissioner
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, so now a question to Mr. Grobe. So what design guidelines did you use in this rendering?
Lance Adams Architect prepared that. Basically, he looked at the commercial design guidelines that requires, either stone or change in the exterior, certain amount of windows and that. He shows a parapet on there basically to block any HVAC units on the roof. One thing it may not allude to that with this design, there would not be any public entrances on the west side or the south side. Now there may be a emergency exit door for fire code, but all the access in this situation would be interior from the parking lot side. But main answer, City of Lawrence commercial design guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Grove. Commissioner Sands, you have any follow-up questions?
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may, Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. I just want to make a note in there that section
20-552 of the Land Development Code outlines use and specific standards to apply to mini warehouses if they are constructed. So there are additional criteria on top of the community design manual that are codified in the Land Development Code that would be applicable.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. David Carter, Chair.
I do have a follow-up now, sir.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So, Jeff, I guess I'd be putting you on the spot a little bit here. And what are the additional design guidelines that are applicable to interior mini storage, if you don't mind?
Certainly, Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Probably the big takeaways out of this section is that for building entrances and openings, no door openings for any mini warehouse use shall be constructed facing any public rights of way or any residentially zoned and or used property, and that all mini warehouse sites shall include a prominent public entryway oriented to a public street. That would be the big takeaway. It also has additional items related to screening and surfacing requirements, parking and drive aisle standards to accommodate for the movement of vehicles and items, and then some accessory uses that are possible given the principal use.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Other questions?
If I can, one more.
Yes.
So, Jeff, in your opinion, did staff look at, no, Becky said a moment ago that staff didn't look at the specific use just in the generalized rezoning request, but did staff evaluate the drawings and the renderings based on that proposed use, even though it's not technically part of the application?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. I bet you can chime in here a little bit. I think we did take a look at it generally, but we did not apply the full community design manual or the use standards to the drawing, mainly because we know that those drawings will change over time as they get closer to shovel in the ground and getting ready for a permit. So we didn't apply the full and rigorous test as we would as part of a site plan application. We did look at it just as a general view to kind of get a sense for it.
Rob Sanders, Planning Commissioner. Thank you. I'm done for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Sands. David Carter, Chair. Other questions? Commissioner Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luke Sinclair, Planning Commissioner. Question for you, Becky. Excuse me. Mr. Grobe disputed sort of, I think, your understanding or staff's understanding of what undeveloped parcel means in Land Development Code Section 20-213. And I was wondering if you could kind of speak to that as to what your understanding is as to what undeveloped means.
Becky Pepper with the Planning Department. And Jeff, please feel free to chime in after this. The section in the Land Development Code, Section 20-213, speaks to undeveloped parcels in Section A. It also, further down in Section D2, talks about the expansion of a development in CS district and basically talking about squaring off existing CS areas. And so basically in that section, it's speaking to undeveloped parcels and also that if there's new CS, it's in areas where there's an existing CS district that you are expanding that to square off that district. And I'll turn it over to Jeff for more input on that too.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Usually the view of an undeveloped parcel would be, I think, what we'd all call a greenfield site. If you think of just dirt, blank slate, kind of a beginning point on that one. The way that the development code lines out the CS zoning district is it really looks at it from a two-pronged test. Is the site undeveloped, and does it work to become adjacent and square off the boundaries of an existing district? We've seen some recent CS rezonings along West 6th Street that would have been to accommodate some development and changes in pattern along 6th Street in that area there. So from our perspective, it's you have to meet both, be a developed parcel and be in the vicinity and adjacent to CS to kind of bring that logical adjacency and connection over to it. So we would see an undeveloped parcel, like I said, as a greenfield blank slate versus a site like this one, which is developed with a building and associated parking.
Thank you, Jeff. Commissioner Sinclair, you satisfied with that?
Luke Sinclair, Planning Commissioner. I appreciated the answer. Could I ask a separate question too?
Please.
For Becky again, sorry. Are there examples anywhere else in the city of Lawrence where there is a sort of a CS district island like would be created in this particular instance?
Becky Pepper with the Planning Department. None that I'm aware of or that are coming to mind. They are typically going to be located along our principal arterial streets and not in an instance like this example where it would be adjacent to a local roadway and surrounded, not adjacent to an existing CS zoning district.
Thank you, Becky. Commissioner David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Sands.
So Commissioner Sinclair's question had me go to the map and click on the layer list for ArcGIS of Lawrence conditional zoning. And I wonder if using that as a guide, I mean, it looks like through time, the city has conditionally zoned certain areas. I wonder if I could put a member of staff on spot real quick. I seem to remember this layer being added fairly recently, last couple years. And if a member of staff could refresh my mind on why that layer was created and what it shows us.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Commissioner Sands, your recollection is correct. It's probably only been available on our map for the last couple years. The reason it showed up on our map is that we made some technology changes behind the scenes to allow what was formerly one that staff had access to make it a publicly viewable layer. So staff has had the layer for quite a while. We just had to do some upgrades to get it out to the public here. This map does show where conditional zoning has been applied in the city over the course of many years. And just a caveat that is I should note is that this would have been conditional zoning both before and after the recent text amendment that changed the conditional zoning portion of the code. So it does show a mixture of the two there, but there's been a recent change that we were able to get that upgraded and online and available.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. I have a question for staff about the configuration of this site as opposed to the Southern Hills Shopping Center on 23rd Street. It seems to be kind of an analogous situation with a self-storage facility in the rear of that site. And I'm wondering if Becky or Jeff could talk to what you would see as like the similarities or differences around either the zoning or the specific use of that facility.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Just to make sure I have the correct site, Commissioner, are we
kind of at the corner of Osdale and West 23rd Street? Is that the site?
That's exactly right. Yes.
Okay. I don't have the full details of that case in front of me this evening. I have to apologize for that. But the part that I can share with you is that site already has CS zoning. It was already part of a CS district that had been there prior to the adoption of the Land Development Code. The exact old zoning would have been C2 that would have converted to the CS, or excuse me, not C2, I think it's C3 as part of going to the CS with the adoption of the Land Development Code. The old C2 zoning district would have converted to CN2. So as part of that conversion process, these were zoned in different categories under the 1966 code. So as they converted, that site would have converted to the CS where it would have had the zoning already in place, and that would have been permitted by use, which means it would have been subject to an administrative site plan approval. In the case of this property where it's zoned C and 2, it would require a rezoning before it could proceed to an administrative site plan for that development.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Sorry to put you on the spot. Thank you for the clarification around the specific zoning circumstances in that context. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Somewhat of a statement. So most of the communication we got from the neighborhood was in objection to all of the other things that could happen in a commercial strip zoning as opposed to what's actually being proposed. And I think I'm in agreement with that. It would be an island. It's off of Iowa Street. It'd be more intense use, kind of further away from that core. So I think that's a fine argument for not making the rezoning. But the use itself, I have fewer objections to. We haven't talked about that very much specifically. I'm just curious, are there possible avenues forward where that could be a possibility for the owner to be able to develop to this use?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Short of the rezoning and the conditional zoning
out there, it's always a possibility for someone to submit a request for a text amendment to make that change to the Land Development Code. And as the commission knows, those changes would be citywide in their applicability, and they would be discussion points along the way, but it is possible to amend the code to change the CN2 to have that as a permitted use, but it would be a citywide review, and a text amendment is not a quicker process. It can take many months to work its way from application to City Commission's consideration.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Willie, do you have any follow-up questions?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I think that's a discussion we could at least spend a little time on if we feel like the indoor storage, which is not a very intense use because you don't have that much that's outwardly facing, it's fairly quiet, whether that falls under a commercial, a neighborhood commercial, or whether that's as intense as what the other things are in a commercial strip. It's possible that to me that could fit in neighborhood commercial. It doesn't seem so obtrusive as some of the other things that were listed
commercial strip, it is a longer process. So I would want the applicant to be aware of that as a possible way forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair, did you want any response from the applicant on that?
Yes, Dean Grove with Grove Engineering. Karen, thank you very much. We did speak with planning kind of early on, talked about possibly a text amendment to the code. As you may be aware, the mini warehouse, which had one category, now has 4. Asked whether a text amendment could be initiated to allow that, whether it be by use or by special use. If the denial is that tonight, that would probably be our next step. I'm kind of hearing that, the neighbors, if we get rid of all those other things, they don't want to see that this again may be an appropriate use in these. I don't want to sell this project to another development, but as you may be aware, the mall shopping center, another big tenant, is moving out of there. And I think about that building, with some of those, all it's one story, be appropriate to have an entrance and some of those large spaces used for interior climate control storage. Well, again, it wouldn't be an allowed use, and so they'd be in the same predicament we are. And so I guess the question is to do that, does this planning commission feel like, hey, it's probably not a bad use, and if we put it under a special use requirement, it comes back to you that everybody is getting what they want.
Thank you, Mr. Grove. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Willie, you have a follow-up.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. So just to follow up with staff, a text amendment to have interior mini storage as a special use to neighborhood commercial, is that in the realm of possibility?
Jeff Crick, Planning Development Services Director, without having researched it or really kind of put my full thought process into it, I think it could be a possibility. It would deserve, I think, a broader community discussion and a review of all of the areas where it would become applicable to, just to see if there is any use standards or specific criteria that may need to be resolved as part of that one. As the commission probably remembers, the mini warehouse definition and standards we have today are a recent text amendment. They're not that old, actually. So we'd probably need to take a look and evaluation of that just to see how it shapes out in totality for the code. But it's definitely a possibility, I would say, at this point.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. I guess in contrast to Commissioner Willie, I do have a problem with the use. I mean, we're being asked to allow for a change in zoning from a use that's intended to accommodate the neighborhood to one that almost deliberately turns its back on the neighborhood. A facility like this is not very flexible. It's not the kind of thing that architecturally could be easily adapted to another use. And I'm sensitive to the applicant's, economic needs. This is essentially an empty lot. It's a parking lot that hasn't been really used as a parking lot for decades, and so it's not possible to realize revenue from asphalt. But I'm really uncomfortable with being asked to make a change in the zoning when other possibilities might present themselves. I guess I would pose a question to the applicant, Mr. Grove. In your response to Becky's presentation, you talked about unsuccessful efforts to recruit other kinds of businesses, and at the risk of the plural of anecdote being data. I wonder if either you or Mr. Rainey could talk a little bit about past experiences of trying to find a more constructive use for this property.
Yes, I'll talk briefly, and then again, when you look at it, there's a lot of uses, and with CS, there are only 2 uses in CN that are not, 2 or 3 that are not allowed in CS. So, you know, it's kind of a lateral move if you strike all the other uses, but climate control. But yes, as I mentioned, people aren't flocking to these old neighborhood commercial zoning. Everybody, if you've got something and you want to do it, it's like, hey, I'm either going out south on South Iowa or I'm going somewhere else. So he has had this property and his grandfather for many years, and you know, if it was, it's there, and if anybody had any interest to come, he would know it. And he's assured me, and he can confirm that there just aren't people knocking down the door saying, hey, I want to put something in there that fits CN2, because we know retail and some of the other things. Plus, he's got clientele in there. You know, there's some bars and some things that you can't go do a Dunkin' Donuts when he's got munchers there, you know, or munchers is probably going to say, see you later. So you have to be cognizant of the uses that you have in place. So again, Jared, if you'd like to add to that, please feel free.
Jared Rainey here. Dean's right. We've got no request to build any business buildings for businesses or tenants. The lot use is for commuters from either Lawrence to Kansas City or Lawrence to Topeka. So it's just, again, it's a lot that needs to be repaved and surfaced and probably costs a bunch of money to do it. But we haven't done it yet. And this is just the direction that Dean and I have been trying to, the direction we've been trying to go. So.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your response. David Carter, Chair. Other questions from commissioners? I want to thank Commissioner Willie for her attempts to make work toward a constructive outcome for this. I don't know if we're at a point where we can move this toward a conclusion or toward some means for the applicant to make other arrangements. I am not inclined to approve the request as it stands right now. Does any other commissioners want to make any statements, pose any questions, ask for any clarifications? Commissioner Carpenter. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Commissioner Payton, please.
Aaron Payton, Commissioner. Not to reiterate what staff said, but looking through this and being very familiar with that area, I've lived in both the neighborhood adjacent to that abuts to, and the one on the other side of Iowa. But I very much agree with staff's assessment of that and thinking about the area. It doesn't seem to fit the character of the neighborhood. I'm not inclined to change that to CS. CN2, I mean, just looking at the uses in CN2, it seems like really the things that would not make sense there are what are in CS. It's not in compliance with Plan 2040, and I don't think it's in compliance with the surrounding development. However, it is infill, and I can really appreciate that they've struggled with finding people to go there. Sometimes I've looked at that location right in the middle of town, and I can't help but think it seems like such a great place for a truly a neighborhood center. So it would be great to see something go there. It just feels like because of the character of the neighborhood, it's on local streets. I don't think it does anything to gain public health, safety, or welfare. And I think zoning uses of the properties nearby don't think that staff's recommendation is incorrect.
Thank you, Commissioner Payton. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter, did you want to say something?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I just want to thank Becky and Jeff and the rest of the staff that analyzed this project and looked at our new text amendment considering conditional zoning and stated that this evening. I'm encouraged that the discussions that have been initiated this evening are exactly the ones that were intended by this commission in passing that we would not be providing a conditional zoning for one property at all. We would be looking at whether the requested change is applicable across the city. Also, it was pointed out that after the conditional zoning, we had the mini warehouse text amendment with the design standards. And I would just say that perhaps the proper course would be come back and for us to have a more in-depth discussion about those different designs, the interior, the separate units, because we have different design categories. It would possibly, if somebody wanted to initiate that discussion, like the applicant would bring that up as a potential text amendment to that it is possible that there are certain types of mini storage that would be suitable by special use permit in certain other commercial categories, zoning districts. But this is exactly what I'm encouraged that we're following those rules that we put in place, and that any changes we make will apply evenly across the board and not just for one particular property at a time.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. David Carter, Chair. Would you like to follow up your commentary with a motion, or should we hear from other commissioners? Do we have any other questions, observations? Commissioner Carpenter, would you be interested in making a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make my...
Commissioner Sands, I missed you. Please continue.
Sorry. So I'm actually in support of this project, and I find it odd that I'm in support of something that not only the neighborhood doesn't want, but staff recommends against. I don't love the idea of the concept of conditional zoning for this, but I think that so much of our plan is trying to explain reality and adapt to reality, given that the development standards across the history of this community have changed. Building standards have changed, et cetera, et cetera. So we keep going back saying, well, we want our community to look like this and we want it planned this way, but we have to deal with all this stuff that happened before we develop our new standards. And that applies to a lot of different arguments for street width and multi-use paths and sidewalks and bikeability and walkability and commercial nodes and neighborhood commercial, smaller commercial centers, et cetera, et cetera. However, we've still got these very large that can be measured in acres areas of commercial activity. At the end of the day, this is a 50-year-old parking lot. It's older than me, and it's older than a lot of folks in our community. And I may be outweighing the promise of having a more intense use that generates better use is, and frankly, I think more attractive than just a 50-year-old parking lot. Maybe I'm outweighing that a little bit. It's not that I disagree with staff's assessment at all on this. It's I feel because it is in itself a technical assessment of the zoning request. Understood. where I'm looking at it from the aspect of is that's the technical aspect of it. Now I'm going to apply what I think about it, listen to the objections of the neighbors, which were all quite made sense, and then the applicant saying, well, I'm very much willing to roll back all those other things that the neighborhood wouldn't want in it. Well, now you're stuck because now we've got this thing called conditional zoning, and it's a thing we kind of don't like to do. So I'm very much in favor of this project. It seems like we've quite by accident created an interstitial space where it doesn't fit with the obvious commercial nature of its surroundings. It can't fit in but the other zoning category is far too broad and includes uses that are excessively intense. And oh, by the way, if we try to conditionally zone it, well, we don't like that either. So, it's another one of those scenarios where I feel very much for the applicant, because they are trying to conform to this very, very complex set of rules that has been decided over hours and days and months and years to describe something, again, that's basically just a 50-year-old parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sands. David Carter, Chair. Other commentary? Questions? Commissioner Butler.
It's Commissioner Butler. I just have to say I'm writing this down because I do agree with Commissioner Sands, and I think he said it very well. I'm not going to repeat it, but I would just say ditto. So,
thank you, Commissioner Butler. Appreciated. I guess I'm just going to reiterate my reservation about this particular type of use. And that is, the reason I think a mini warehouse is best associated with an arterial. It's not just the high volume of traffic, but also the fact that it is entirely automobile oriented. And it's not a pedestrian function. I'm sensitive to Commissioner Sands' observations. I just don't see it. It reminds me of a corner of somebody's private property, and they decide to store the stuff that they don't want to have to look at in that corner of the property. But the thing is, the folks on the other side of the property line still have to, look at that stuff that the property owner doesn't want to deal with. I think this is a use that makes sense relative to that particular commercial development, perhaps. But considering that adjacent to all of that is a functioning neighborhood, it is at odds with that neighborhood, and so I'm going to oppose the request. Commissioner Ashworth.
Sharon Ashworth, Commissioner. As much as I would love to see something go in this parking lot, because it's begging for infill right there, I am reluctant to support anything that changes the zoning, since we can't do the conditional zoning for that area. I have to agree with staff's assessment not to create an island of CS in what is a CN2 zoning and have that be a one-off for the city. So I will not be supporting the application, or I will support staff's denial of the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Commissioner Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luke Sinclair, Planning Commissioner. If I could ask one more question of Becky or Jeff. Another comment that Mr. Grove made didn't specifically just conflate CN2 and CS districts, but sort of compare them as being effectively the same except for a couple uses. And Could you speak to that? I mean, it seems like, in my mind anyways, that's a big thing that that's keeping me from wanting to, it's keeping me from sort of getting behind this particular rezoning request, because that's a discussion that seems like it ought to be had as potentially part of a text amendment. If there really is a substantive difference, or a practical difference, I guess, that would that justifies requiring CN2 in this type of situation versus CS.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Commissioner Sinclair, if I may beg your pardon for one moment. I'm trying to look something up and talk, and I'm not having success at multitasking this evening. So if you bear with me one moment while I look up one section, please. To your question, I mean, the way that the Land Development Code looks at it is that CN2 is effectively oriented to be a neighborhood serving commercial district, where the CS is supposed to serve your corridor and your larger kind of your commercial primary activity zone. So in the way that the code outlines the differences between the two, it would say that the CS district is a more intense commercial district. The one thing we kind of use to figure out kind of that level of intensity and change is just kind of looking at one of the tables that we're familiar with, is the lesser change table in the Land Development Code. One of the lesser changes, if the advertised or proposed zoning district is CS, the district to be considered a lesser change is CN1, CN2, or CO. So the code really puts the CS zoning district as a higher intensity commercial category above the CN2, in the way that the purposes of them are lined out, and the way that it envisions it as it orients towards arterial streets, where CN2 would orient in a different pattern and be, if you think of it in terms of a trade area, it would be a smaller draw and footprint, effectively.
All right, Commissioner Sinclair, please.
Thank you, Jeff. Luke Sinclair, Planning Commissioner. That's helpful, Jeff. You know, I can understand and appreciate the point too that Commissioner Sands made, but I think rezoning the property, even if you strike every single use except for one, is still a big deal, and it's zoned as it is for a reason, and it has the uses it had in place for a reason. And though infill is a goal of Plan 2040, so are compatible uses and transitions. And so to that extent, you know, I'm not wholly convinced that this is appropriate for a conditional zoning. And I would, I guess, just say that despite, you know, just observing the property and saying it's a parking lot, what are we sort of doing here? You know, you're gonna be able to come up with that kind of justification for any application that comes through. There's always going to be a reason. Well, you know, why do we have to go through a text amendment? But the fact is, the code is what it is, and I think if we're going to want to allow rezonings for CS, or to insert things like CS district into an area where the code really doesn't anticipate it, I think we ought to think about that on a larger scale. And so I too, I think at this point anyways, I feel like I'm gonna oppose I agree with staff. I think it should be denied, and the better way to approach this would be to talk about it in the context of maybe a text amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinclair. David Carter, Chair. Further comments, questions from commissioners, or motions from commissioners? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, just to say that I agree with Commissioner Sinclair and Commissioner Ashworth, who both, and just to say that I don't think we can go with the rezoning that's proposed to the CS because of the island issue and the other uses. It seems like conditional zoning is not going to be appropriate for here, but I do think I don't object to the use that's being proposed, and I would like to see the area be developed for infill. So some kind of a text amendment or a possible way forward, which is still no guarantee for the applicant for this particular project, but is something that I would want to consider.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair. Any other observations? Commissioner Struckoff.
I appreciate Commissioner Willie's efforts to find a way forward with this proposal, but I also agree that this is not appropriate for this rezoning in this place at this time. I think the larger discussion we've mentioned is appropriate. I like the infill ideas. I have a little bit of concern with the scale. I know it's under the max allowed height. But the compatibility issue with surrounding buildings and neighborhoods concerns me in terms of scale alone. Although I would also like to see this developed, I'm not opposed, like Commissioner Willie, I'm not opposed to the use. Like I said, just a little bit concerned about the scale. But at this point, I will support the staff recommendation to deny.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckoff. David Carter, Chair. I think overall, I think just about everyone has stated their position on this. I'd be in a position to entertain a motion. Commissioner Ashworth.
Let's see, I move that the Planning Commission recommend denial of the request to rezone approximately 1.68 acres from CN2 district to CES district based on the findings presented in the staff report and forwarding it to the City Commission with a recommendation for denial.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Do I have a second? Commissioner Carpenter. Any further discussion on this item?
All right, Amy, could I ask you to call the roll, please?
Amy Miller, Assistant PDS Director. Commissioner Ashworth.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
No.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes.
Chair Carter.
Yes.
Commissioner Payton.
Yes.
Commissioner Sands.
No.
Vice Chair Sinclair.
Yes.
Commissioner Struckoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-2.
Thank you very much, Amy. David Carter, Chair. Before we move on to item 5, I would like to propose a 5-minute recess. I'm sorry, Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, were we going to make any action on a proposed text amendment to discuss this kind of item coming forward in other commercial districts?
David Carter, Chair, I'll defer to Jeff. Is that something that would be appropriate to bring up now, or should we bring that up under miscellaneous business?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. I'd recommend bringing that up under item F, miscellaneous business, at the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Please, Commissioner Willie, I would ask you to jot that down and remember to bring it up at the end of the meeting. Thank you very much. Just to return, we've got a couple of items before us yet, 3 items before us. So I would actually, instead of 5 minutes, I'm going to propose a 7-minute recess. Let's return here at 8:38, please.
skateboarder, I can't see.
I don't know.
Let's find out.
Oh, nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How do you shoot that video?
He has a selfie stick.
Oh.
Oh, it's pretty cool.
He has great shoes.
Yeah, no, oh, seriously.
You have some.
Okay.
Okay, we're back.
Commissioner Carter, we're ready when you are.
Very good. Thanks very much. Let's go ahead and move on to item 5. Consider approving a special use permit to allow one fast order food drive-in use located at 4300 West 24th Place. Becky, I believe you're going to tell us about this.
Yes, good evening again, Commissioners. My name is Becky Pepper with the Planning and Development Services Department. This item before you tonight is a special use permit request for the fast order food drive-in use. The subject property is bound by Clinton Parkway to the north, Inverness Drive to the west, and West 24th Place to the south. The property is undeveloped and zoned CN2, Neighborhood Commercial Center District. The surrounding area contains single dwelling and multi-dwelling residential land uses. There are also multiple schools within the area, with Bishop Seabury Academy located on the north side of Clinton Parkway, Sunflower Elementary and Southwest Middle School to the south on Inverness Drive, and Rain Tree Montessori School located further to the west along Clinton Parkway. Before discussing the special use permit request, I wanted to first give you some background on the more recent history of this property. In 2015, the property was rezoned from RSO, a single dwelling residential office district, to the CN2 district. The rezoning ordinance, which has been included in your packet for reference, contained 4 conditions, and those included that approval of a site plan required approval by the City Commission, the requirement for an extraordinary buffer yard along Inverness Drive, which is to be limited to open space, landscaping, and park type amenities, the restriction of all uses identified in the residential use group in the Land Development Code, and that notice to property owners is extended to all properties within 1,000 feet of the property line. The subject property was platted in 2016, and as part of that plat, a buffer area along Inverness Drive was created. The subdivision plat established a 65-foot wide area that prohibits development of either building or parking improvements in that area. The plat also restricts access to the property from Inverness Drive and Clinton Parkway. So because of those plat restrictions, access is only permitted to the site from West 24th Place. Also in 2016, the City Commission approved a site plan for the property for a conceptual development that included a mix of retail, office, and eating and drinking establishments. It did not, however, include the fast order food drive-in use. The site plan's approval become invalid after a period of 24 months if a building permit has not been established, although the City Commission can provide an extension on that approval, which they did in 2018. However, a building permit was never submitted during that allotted time, and so that site plan expired in June of this year. The last bit of background information that I wanted to provide is that the property is included in the Inverness Park District Plan, which was adopted in 2013. The Inverness Park District Plan designates neighborhood commercial uses for this location. The plan identifies the primary uses to include eating and drinking establishments, general office, retail sales and service, fuel sales, car wash, civic and public uses, and medical facilities. When the property was rezoned in 2015 to the CN2 zoning, it was done so to align the property with the future land use recommendations of that area plan. The special use permit application is one component of an overall conceptual development for the property that would contain multiple buildings with various commercial uses, which would include fast order food without a drive-through, office uses, quality restaurant, and daycare. The site plan drawing was provided with the special use permit application to provide a conceptual understanding of the site layout. However, only the elements related to the fast order food drive-in are under your purview tonight. A site plan application would be the next step in the proposed development process. And again, that would require approval by the City Commission. So ultimately, a site plan application and the special use permit application would be taken to the City Commission at the same time for their consideration. The special use permit application, as I mentioned, is specifically for the fast order food drive-in use that would be located in 2 separate buildings that would be located on the southeast corner of the site. The application proposes a coffee shop in building D and an unknown tenant in building C. The intent of the CN2 and the land use recommendations in the Inverness Park District Plan are to provide for the sale of goods and services at a neighborhood scale. The proposed fast order food drive-in use could meet that intent and be compatible with the adjacent uses with some conditions. First, staff recommends that the fast order food drive-in use be restricted to 1. This would help maintain compatibility with the surrounding area, regardless of the activity level of the potential business. With the access restrictions imposed by the plat, a high-intensity business may not find the site desirable. However, the Land Development Code does not distinguish between high and low-intensity fast order food uses, and as such, it would not restrict them from locating there. A higher intensity fast order food use, such as a national chain establishment, would likely draw customers from beyond the surrounding area and would go beyond the intent of the CN2 purpose of providing services at a neighborhood level. In addition, special use permit applications are approved for the general use classification and not for a specific use. While the intent of the special use permit application is to facilitate development of a coffee shop in building D and an undetermined tenant in building C, the coffee shop would most likely serve the surrounding residential area, but the special use permit runs with the land. That would mean that a special use permit approved to accommodate a coffee shop could also accommodate a higher intensity fast order food drive-in use in the future if the tenant space became available. 1 fast order food drive-in use may still be compatible with the neighborhood. However, 2 may not meet the spirit and intent of the Inverness Park District Plan. Staff also recommends that a condition that the hours of operation not include 24-hour activity. This is to help it better align with the intent of the CN2 and the Inverness District Plan by providing a neighborhood level commercial development. The full findings of fact are provided in the staff report, and based on those findings, staff recommends approval of 1 fast order food drive-in use and forwarding the request to City Commission with a recommendation of approval of 1 fast order food drive-in use subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Becky. David Carter, Chair. Mr. Werner, would you care to say anything in addition to Becky's presentation?
I would, thank you. Paul Werner Architects. We appreciate all of Becky's work on this, and we agree with her professional staff recommendation and agree with 1 drive-through in building D only, and we won't worry about building C. We can talk a little bit more about the history. I'll admit some of the letters a little insulting, don't really like to be called a liar, but we'll try to get over that. So what I heard the last time, or the only time we pushed for a drive-through at this location, was to go find a user so we can tell people who it is and then come back. So that's what we're doing. It's 5 years later. But we have a user that wants this site, and that's why we're here. P.S. I don't own this property. My client does. So a little history. Becky did a good job, touched on several things. I actually started working on this site 18 years ago for the assisted living facility that people keep mentioning. We would wish that it worked there, but it didn't. So we quit working on it for a while. Several multifamily projects were presented by others. All were rejected due to the understandable issue of being inundated by multifamily projects. So as Becky mentioned, the city redoes the area plan. So not just a rezoning, but to redo an area plan is a lot more work, as the commissioners know, and agree that the Inverness Park District Plan, that this corner should be CN2. That's when my client got involved. Several years ago, we proposed a family fun center, putt-putt and stuff. And we got soundly defeated. So we worked on a new plan. That would be the plan that was eventually approved for an approved site plan for this site. At that time, we actually recognized it was 10 acres on the corner. That 10 acres at this corner of CN2 is probably too much commercial to try to fill. So that's why the street with a row of 14 duplexes exists, all 1-story, 1 and 2 bedroom duplexes. And that's why the rezoning of CN2 was brought down to 7 acres. Due to how strong the neighbors felt about residential uses when the CN2 was adopted, again, as already mentioned, that residential is completely excluded from the site. So even if we wanted to try a mixed-use project similar to what you have seen at Clinton Parkway and Wakarusa with commercial on the first floor and residential on the second floor, it's not allowed and we can't do it. So we did submit a plan with a drive-through and it was denied. Again, we were told, and what I heard was, go find a user so we know who it is. I'll say it again, Becky's already mentioned it. I hope the commissioners can understand. We don't get to pick who goes here. We're not going to get a McDonald's, nor do we want one. The traffic is nowhere near what a McDonald's requires, and neither is the access. With no access to Clinton Parkway and no access to Inverness, a McDonald's is never going to go here. We want to build a scooters with a drive-through. We also place the building as far east as we can to try to pull the traffic to the east and start our development from that side and work our way west. So a couple more comments from the emails you received. So to Becky's point that we notify everybody within 1,000 feet for this site. So that was 188 letters. To compare, the rezoning of Alvamar and the Jayhawk Club was only about 250 letters for approximately 100 acres of a development. But anyway, so you got to receive a fair number of communication, not a high percentage. But due to the emails and the emotion, this may be an easy one for you to vote no. I urge you to consider the staff report and keep in perspective what the request really is. It's a drive-through for a coffee shop. One of the emails commented on how if we had access to Clinton Parkway, that would keep the traffic out of their neighborhood. If we had access to Clinton Parkway, that would change this site completely and probably have the users that the neighbors don't want. They would be much more interested in the site. One of the emails stated that this should be residential, obviously a new resident. On that note, we would love to hear any ideas for users besides the land being a park. One of the emails mentioned it's a walkable neighborhood. One of the points about walkability is to have a destination upon your walk, like a coffee shop or an orange leaf or a restaurant. A few of the emails did mention that scooters is probably okay, just not multiple drive-throughs. So we agree. We're going to drop the second drive-through request and focus on the known user. We hope you can support this request. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Werner. David Carter, Chair. We have 4 people signed up for public comment. Is Matthew Elliott on the call?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My name is Matthew Elliott. I live on Jacob Avenue, just to the immediately southwest of the roundabout that adjoins that property. And I mentioned the roundabout, and they mentioned the traffic issues already. As you know, as you may not know, when in non-pandemic times, when school's in session, that roundabout and the intersection to the north of it is really high volume and gets really congested. And it is it's a pedestrian and bicycle friendly neighborhood. Kids and young adults and adults pass through that roundabout very frequently. So I do have some public safety concerns if we get too high a volume of traffic going over there. And one thing I would ask the commission to keep in mind is that the access to K10 from, I believe it's West 27th, the left turn lane was recently eliminated. So all the people in that southwest corner of the town that commute into Kansas City, like I do, that morning traffic is now going to come up north, Inverness, to go over to Wakarusa and double back to get on to access K10. So the traffic already through that roundabout is going to get worse. And I'm not trying to cry a river or anything, but traffic can be so bad there sometimes. You have to wait. It's difficult actually to get out of our neighborhood in high peak traffic times to actually get onto Inverness. So again, and I'll leave it with that, there's just such dense family housing on all sides that, like I said, there's a lot of kids and adults walking through that roundabout at all times. So I have a traffic concern. I'm probably close to time. I do appreciate Mr. Werner bringing it down to one drive-through, and I guess I'll leave it at that because I'm probably close on time.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. David Carter, Chair. Do we have Jamie Hulse on the call?
Hi, I'm Jamie Hulse.
Hi. You also have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I live in the neighborhood, the same neighborhood actually, and I'm southwest. My house backs up to Inverness, and I'm in this neighborhood to southwest of this area. I had actually a lot that I was going to say, but most of the things I was going to say have already been said. I appreciate that the number of drive-throughs has been reduced to 1. And I would support a drive-through for scooters. My concern, based on the historical context of this 20 years of this property, is that if that gets approved and then scooters leaves, what that could open us up for in the future. It was very interesting to me listening to the conversation about the previous item, because it is all kind of related to that. And based on all of your feedback, it doesn't sound like any of you would be willing to make it specific to scooters. If there was some way to just make it specific scooters, and then if some other owner wanted to come in at some other point, then it would have to go through another process. So anyway, I would support it if it was just 1, but I don't want more than 1. And I'm concerned about the traffic with the changes at K10. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hulse. David Carter, Chair. Larry Grecian, you're up next.
Thank you. I'm Larry Grecian. I live at 4417 West 25th Place. I'm just southwest of the site. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. And here we go yet again with the controversy at this site. Mr. Werner's original plans for this site did not align with the history of the original concept of the Inverness Park District Plan. Long-term residents of our neighborhood know the history of the development of this area, and that does not include Mr. Werner's plan. My wife and I live in this neighborhood and attended every meeting regarding the site. Werner told the audience in one meeting that he had envisioned a drive-through bank for dry cleaners and space for offices. He said that a drive-up, not drive-through, coffee shop might be a possibility for this site. He emphatically said that a drive-through restaurant would never occupy this development. At that point, we residents indicated that we could live with that plan. However, now, Werner's changed his tune again. Now he wants an SUP, which includes high-volume drive-through restaurants. This will not help the neighborhood or the community. Let me explain. There would be no traffic problem if only the apartments and residences in our neighborhood existed. When you add the 3 schools in very close proximity to this development, traffic becomes an immense problem during peak hours when school's in session. Sometimes we residents cannot access the streets on which we live. We've had to call the police numerous times as motorists park their cars in the intersections waiting for their children. When the Highway 10 intersection is completed, traffic will be added to the neighborhood and to that one very bad roundabout. If Warner's new SUP is granted, it would add even more traffic, generate foul odors and litter, decrease homeowners' property values. Warner has purposely misled residents and the commission. I would consider this a slap in the face to your integrity and previous ruling. He is biding his time and is trying to wear down us homeowners. It's about money for him and his associates. It's all about peaceful homes for us. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Grecian. Last speaker signed up is Don Shu on. Thank you.
Hi there.
You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dawn Shu and I live on West 24th Place. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. In a letter to our neighborhood, we're reassured by the applicant to not worry. Very few businesses want to be plopped down in the neighborhood where my children play. It doesn't have a curb cut to the main road. It's hard to see from the street. It's a random commercial island in the middle of a residential neighborhood. It is bordered on every single side by folks' homes. When businesses build, they are of course hopeful that they will succeed. But when they don't, it isn't just that business that pays the price. In the last item, this body just heard Dean Grove give an impassioned speech about how difficult it is to get tenants in a CN2 zone development, even one that sits at a busy intersection like Iowa and 9th Street. And when businesses fail, that blight affects everything around it. This time, of all time, seems like a monumentally bad time to throw good money after bad. We are seeing businesses in this town fail every single day. The economic consequences of this pandemic and everything that comes with it are not close to being fully understood. Before this meeting tonight, I took a drive around my neighborhood and the surrounding streets. Along Clinton, Wakarusa, and Castle, every few hundred feet, I passed for lease signs, openings in strip malls, in restaurants, in office buildings. There is no shortage of space available for lease in this town or within a mile of this site. The current rezoning that took place in 2015 to CN2 already violated Code 20 of the City of Lawrence as written, which states that neighborhood developments are to be at least 1 mile from a commercial center. This site is less than a mile from the commercial center at Clinton and Wakarusa, and also less than a mile from the new development adjacent to that. It's just barely a mile from a large commercial center at Castle and Clinton, which includes a grocery store. This SUP does not enhance my neighborhood. It represents a workaround that effectively rezones this parcel without the debate that a rezoning would process. I am asking the commission to protect the children who walk the 4 schools that are near this site, which is unprecedented across this town. Please consider that any traffic assessments previously provided are now moot, as the changes to the intersection of Highway 10 and 27th Street are now routing even more commuters through the middle of my community. I am pleading to this commission to again, and if possible for good, reject any drive-through of any kind through my neighborhood. Such a drive-through is by design intended to attract business from outside the neighborhood, which is inconsistent with this zoning. Once it's approved, there's no taking it back because the drive-through that lands there is bad for the area. Regardless of the reassurances to the contrary, even approving one drive-through could mean a national chain in the middle of our community should the interested party vacate. I'm hoping this body will stand up again to development that is ill-placed, ill-conceived, and unnecessary. Send the message that spoiling our neighborhood will not turn this site into a good investment. It will only spread the consequences to the members of this community who are vehemently opposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shu. David Carter, Chair. Jeff, can you let me know if there's anybody in the chambers who's signed up to speak?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. There's no one in chambers at this time.
All right, thank you, David Carter, Chair. Mr. Werner, I suppose you'd like to respond to public comment.
Sure, Paul Werner Architects, thank you. I'll probably ignore some of the comments. I'm not quite sure where I requested a high volume drive-through. And I'll give the man the benefit of the doubt that maybe he heard things wrong, because I can't imagine me ever saying that about a restaurant and a pickup window. But to Mrs. Shu's comments, you know, it is interesting. There is no doubt that the only way this corner got zoned commercial is because the neighbors argued so well against the residential use. If a developer had come in here on his own, he never would have gotten CN2 on this site. But because of all of the previous projects and all of the residential projects that were rejected, including the one-story, one-bedroom casitas that was probably the lowest intense use that ever would have been on this site, the neighbors convinced the city, this commission, the city commission, to not only rezone it and to redo the area plan. And that's what my client bought. So we're struggling with what to do. I can't do any residential. I mean, you can deny the drive-through. It doesn't deny fast food restaurants. It denies a drive-through. But we still have 7 acres in the middle of town that we can't figure out what to build. We have tons of what we would call the smaller users. I think we made the right decisions that why there isn't a vacant strip center there now is we didn't build it. We needed, I don't want to say the word anchor because people will freak out, but we needed a bigger user and we didn't have that. So for the last 5 years, my clients sat on the ground waiting for a few other things to happen. Scooters is one of them. We had 2 health clubs that wanted to build. We could have a 20,000 square foot metal box sitting on that site with an empty vacant space from a health club, but we chose not to go into partnership with them and didn't think it was a great idea. And I think we made the right decision. So I think it's disingenuous to think that we're not the enemy. We're trying to figure out what to do with 7 acres of ground that the city rezoned to CN2. So we're still open to suggestions. But what we're talking about, the strip center could be built in a few months. What we're talking about is a drive-through to a coffee shop. That's what's on the table. That's what we want to do. That's what we think would help this piece of property and it would help the area. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Werner. David Carter, Chair. With that, I will turn this back over to the Commission. I'm sure there are plenty of questions for the applicant, for the public, and for staff. Starting with Commissioner Payton.
Sorry, David, did you?
Yes, I did. I called on you, Commissioner Payton.
Aaron Payton, Commissioner. I actually feel like I'm remiss in not mentioning something at the beginning of the meeting. I am an employee at Raintree Montessori School. And I have not had an ex parte communication about this item this time, but I have in the past spoken with Leanna McReynolds about this property and several things that have almost gone in and concerns about it. So I don't know if there's any concern with that, but I thought I should probably mention that and make sure there wasn't an issue. I have not spoken to her about it in about 3 years.
Thank you.
Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. There's no ex parte communications regarding past projects.
Okay.
Past ideas regarding that problem.
Thank you, Randy. Please continue. Commissioner Payton, did you want to make any other observations at this point? Just bringing that up.
I would.
Please.
A couple of things. Just referring to, I have no great answers. I just have some thoughts and information. According to Plan 2040 and based on our bicycle and pedestrian information, safe routes to school is something we've pushed really hard. And that particular intersection is one in which 4 schools are served in some way. Some kids going towards Bishop Seabury and then their kids going in the other direction. And one of the public speakers had mentioned that parents regularly block traffic, I believe he said. And I would argue that's because they don't feel comfortable letting their kids walk. I know that this isn't necessarily something that this has any purview over, but it seems to me that this kind of development is only going to make that a bigger issue. I think there are ways around that. There are ways to remedy that, like a crossing guard. But I just thought I'd bring that up. Something that's a lot of money and effort has gone into is to make those routes safer, and I don't think this is going to improve that. So,
thank you, Commissioner Payton. David Carter, Chair. Other questions? Sorry, Commissioner Butler, did you want to speak?
Well, I wasn't going to just yet, but I will anyway. Okay. I do appreciate our community members coming out and speaking about this project. And I do recall previously discussing exactly what Mr. Warner is proposing as far as a fast food or sorry, a drive-through in this location. I lived in that area a couple of years ago, and I do agree with the neighbors that traffic a couple of years ago was ridiculous and hard to maneuver, especially when people were dropping their kids off to school, picking them up from school, or activities that were happening at South West Middle School. I also agree that recently I've driven over there, and the changes to K10, I don't know how our traffic engineer came up with that, but I just think it's a disaster. I wasn't in favor of this project several years ago. I don't think that this is the right place for a drive-through. I do think that it is the right place for a restaurant. I just think a drive-through, whether it's scooters or anything else, is adding a lot of traffic to that area, and I do not support this proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler. Commissioner Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Luke Sinclair, Planning Commissioner. Excuse me. I live on the southwest part of town and drive by this site or walk by it or run by it all the time. And in fact, I used to live in a house on the northwest corner of the roundabout at 24th and Inverness, and was part of the neighborhood when the putt-putt and go-karts were one of the items up. I do have a question for Mr. Warner. Out of curiosity, and this probably doesn't have a lot to do with this particular project, but because of it being right over there, it looked like there was some development activity either on the land that this is going to be, or maybe a little bit to the east earlier this spring. And there's a lot of earth moving going on, and it all stopped, I think, right around the beginning of the pandemic or somewhere in there. Was that a project that was being worked on, that you were working on, or do you know the status of that?
Paul Warner Architects. Mr. Sinclair, on this site?
I don't know if it's actually this or if it's a little bit to the east, right up against the multifamily houses on the east end of this 11-acre or 12-acre tract or whatever.
So I think there was a project in the area that an excavator had some good fill dirt that they were going to spread out on the east side of the site. Part of the reason the earlier projects failed that I worked on was because of how low some of this ground sat compared to 24th Place, which that has changed over time, and with the apartments they filled it so the grade is brought up. But I think we just had some access to some dirt, and so they spread it out. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinclair. Other questions from commissioners? I guess I don't have the benefit of the long relationship with this property or with this project. the challenge I'm facing, I see this. I mean, it's zoned to accommodate a restaurant use, and I would ask staff to correct me. The specific use that's requiring our proposal tonight is the drive-through. I mean, it's this area is zoned for commercial activity. It's zoned for traffic to enter and egress. And so, whether there ought to be something here, to me seems almost moot. I mean, it's currently an abandoned, empty tract of land that is privately owned and zoned for commercial activity. My particular challenge has to do with Inverness and the relative location of this with respect to the traffic circle. I spent quite a bit of time, visiting this site and trying to understand, for example, the issue of pedestrian safety, increased volumes. I really appreciate the observations from residents who talked about congestion, because the time of day I was there, it was not at all congested. And, I can imagine, in particular, someone entering from the north, entering from Clinton Parkway, having to do, 3 turns to get to West 24th Place, along with pedestrians, it creates a really complicated situation. So I guess I have a question for staff about specific pedestrian safety concerns around intersections like this, and what kinds of mitigations are available to protect pedestrians.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Commissioner, are you referring to the Clinton
Parkway intersection or the roundabout intersection?
No, I'm actually I'm referring to the roundabout intersection, in particular the east side of the roundabout, which I assume would be the part that would be most be putting pedestrians most at risk.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. While I'm not the city engineer, and I do understand that there are a couple of different avenues that are potentially available in that aspect there, I don't feel like I would be able to give you a satisfactory answer on that specific question this evening, because it would depend both upon what the traffic impact study was responding to, some of the site layout that may occur on the site, and also some of that level of analysis that would typically occur as part of the site planning package there. In very similar situations, we've seen other amenities where there have been pedestrian refuges that have been retrofitted into the roundabout to kind of give more space and depth to that. We've seen some alignments and changes in the way that the travel lanes have been done. But again, I would be remiss to not mention that I'm, again, not the city engineer, and without more detail, I can't say what would be the prescribed action on that aspect.
Okay. Thanks. I appreciate your forthrightness, David Carter, Chair. That's all I've got right now. I'm sure I've got some other questions, but
other commissioners, any response? I mean, I know there are commissioners who have more history with this site. I'd welcome other commissioners' insights. Commissioner Sinclair.
Luke Sinclair, Planning Commissioner. I don't have any particular insight to give you right now, Mr. Chair, but I do think maybe it's worthwhile to maybe get a little bit of an explanation as to how firm a commitment or enforceable an obligation Scooters has to actually go into this place. Is that something that is a foregone conclusion, Mr. Warner, or is that what you're planning or sort of anticipating, and there's nothing set in stone?
Well, it's hard to set in stone when right now they can't do it. I mean, they don't want the site if they don't have a drive-through. That's their model. They're small. So, there are there are probably other coffee shops that made, you know, J&S does not have a drive-through. Certainly in today's environment, we want drive-throughs everywhere. But, you know, we're all probably hoping that this isn't how we're going to live the rest of our lives, and that's going to change. But we have enough interest, for the lack of a better word, that we're here and we've done the plan, and you know, that we think that's the spot they want it. But right now they know they can't go there, so they're hopefully watching this, and we're going to have a conversation tomorrow. Why I've got you, you know, Mr. Carter, you made some great comments. You know, when we studied the traffic, it was more about the numbers and all that stuff. But, you know, roundabouts are actually really horrible places for people to cross, because the cars, you know, their intentions to move cars, and crosswalks at roundabouts are not a great idea. I mean, the neighbors may cringe. You know, I'm sitting here wondering whether this, you know, if that was a four-way stop, might actually be safer than a roundabout. It may not be convenient for the drivers, but if that's not who we're worried about, I mean, this may be something. Certainly we have traffic engineers, the city has a whole traffic safety commission. I mean, maybe that intersection needs another look. I mean, I know if I owned a house right on that roundabout, a four-way stop or a two-way stop, maybe, you know, not on Inverness, may be a better solution than a roundabout that's made to move traffic. So Jeff or Becky, I don't know if that's, you know, in my court to deal with our traffic engineer, or if we all get our heads together with the city engineer and maybe think about that regardless of what happens on the site. You know, that may not be the best place for a roundabout. That's my thought.
Thank you, Mr. Grove. Excuse me, Mr. Werner. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Butler.
I have a question for my fellow commissioners on, you know, I don't think it's good for us to focus on it being a scooters, because that's, you know, what Mr. Werner thinks, or who they've been talking to. I mean, there are, and I guess my concern is if scooters says, yeah, we'll go in there, and then they don't, then that opens it up for another restaurant or some larger chain that wants to have a utilize that drive-through. And I just think that we need to look at the bigger picture and not just focus on a scooters. And I'm interested to hear what other commissioners think about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler. Commissioner Ashworth.
Sharon Ashworth, Commissioner. I just want to say I agree with Commissioner Butler in terms of we can't really focus on that exact use when it's not determined. I do remember Planner Becky Pepper had said that there was really no way to guarantee whether it would be high or low intensity. And certainly we don't know what it could be down the line. So that's one of my concerns. My other concern is that looking at the executive summary, it's saying here that it's a neighborhood level commercial development of the site, and we're just focusing on this drive-through, not the commercial development itself. Commercial development of the site with a strong pedestrian connections to the surrounding area within the site. And I just don't feel like a drive-through meets the spirit of that, any drive-through. It's very car orientated. It's not part of a walkable commercial center. And I really don't see much in that plan for that commercial center as very walkable as it's planned. And I don't think a drive-through makes it more walkable.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Did you want to address that to the applicant, or was it just an observation?
That was just my observation in reading the executive summary of what the Inverness Park District plan set out. Was it for it to be a strong pedestrian connection type of commercial development? And I don't think any drive-through fits with the spirit of that plan.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. I guess I'll piggyback on that, David Carter, Chair, and just ask Becky, could you respond to Commissioner Ashworth's observation and the word choice of the strong pedestrian connection with respect to this site?
Becky Pepper, planner. Yes, the plan does speak to strong pedestrian connections throughout the site and to the adjacent pedestrian facilities and the along the street right of way. That is one of the considerations that staff provided as to why they did not recommend two fast order food drive-in uses, that perhaps one would be more compatible with the pedestrian facility, pedestrian connections and networks throughout the site, providing that pedestrian capability to be able to maneuver from a public sidewalk into the site and throughout the site in a safe and efficient manner. That it may still be possible to have a fast order food drive-in use that can meet the intent of having a pedestrian-friendly development, but that too may be not meet that intent.
Thank you, Becky. David Carter, Chair. A follow-up question. Just from, and I recognize we're talking about the special use permit, we're not talking about site planning here, but is it possible as part of the, the site planning process to require principles that are more pedestrian friendly? I mean, I'm looking at the design that's proposed here, and to Commissioner Ashworth's point, you do have cars essentially wrapping around the building. I guess I'll ask you, Becky, first, and then I guess I'd like to ask Mr. Werner about, design elements that might make that possible. So Becky, is it, from a process standpoint, is it possible to build those requirements into the into an approval, a site approval?
Certainly, Becky Pepper, planner. It's certainly a component that will be reviewed with the site plan that goes forward to a city commission. I will say that the approved site plan, which did not have the drive-through use, was similar in layout and pedestrian design. The difference with this one would be that drive-through use.
Thank you, Becky. Mr. Werner, could I ask you to respond to that issue about design elements and pedestrian friendliness?
Absolutely, Paul Werner Architects. I mean, this is where Zoom, we really struggle. I mean, we have more sidewalks and access points throughout the site than we're much better at design than the old, older projects. There's more pedestrian access points on the site plan. It's unfortunate I can't share a drawing with you and highlight it and show you that, but to Becky's point, the city commission is going to see the site plan and we can elaborate on that. But we're much better about, sidewalks are the new deal we're all worried about. So we're working on that. And if I had the chance that we can certainly make an exhibit and show you that certainly, drive-throughs, you got to cross one of them. And that's a separate issue. But we have access points from 24th Place all the way to the buildings in the back, through a sidewalk, they're not walking through parking lots like many of the older strip centers are. Why have you, Becky, or maybe for Jeff, can we not condition this to a Scooter's Coffee or a similar use, something like that, in terms of the SUP, that the planners get to judge, Scooters and a McDonald's aren't the same thing. I'd like to think so. Everybody's worried about Scooters failing. They're surviving at 9th and Iowa during a massive construction project. They still wrap around the building, but Scooters fails and J&S wants a second location. That's a similar use. I don't know. It would seem to me there would be some language that we can condition the SUP. We condition everything. There ought to be a way to put some sort of line on it that if Scooters fails and Taco Bell wants to go in there, that they can't go in there.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Under the special use permit rules, it can't be conditioned to one user. The permit would be tied to land and go forward in that capacity. So any user that would meet the definition of the code use that is part of that permit would be permissible under that item. So it cannot be tied to a specific entity or user in that respect.
So could we tie it to a square footage? I mean, we could limit it to like 1,500 square feet. That rules out almost, I would think, everybody that the neighborhoods would be concerned about.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. It can be tied to a design and a specific kind of, a site plan, if you will, but it couldn't be tied and linked to an individual entity or corporation in that capacity.
No, I agree with that. Sorry, Paul Werner Architects, that if the drive-through was attached to a structure or a user that's no larger than 1,500 square feet, I think that eliminates 99% of the people, of the users that I've heard from tonight. Maybe that's an option.
Thank you, Mr. Werner. Jeff, did you want to respond to that last observation or question about square footage?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. It's not uncommon to have a special use permit that is tied to a specific structure of a specific design. But I would say for the benefit of the commission this evening, it may be difficult to see that in the abstract. It may require a revision to kind of demonstrate that as what it would be going forward. But it is part of your special use permit application process that a site plan be provided to show you what is exactly going to be laid out as part of the ask before you.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. SUPs can be limited by time. They could perhaps be limited by size or structure or something of that nature. It could be done.
Thank you, Randy. And thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Struckoff.
I really appreciate Mr. Werner, Eric Struckoff, Planning Commissioner. I appreciate Mr. Werner's efforts to accommodate our restrictions and find a way to ease some of the concerns about the size of the possible tenant that could go in there. I noticed on the drawings that have been submitted, the Scooters is proposing 555 square feet of a total square footage of 2145. Is that what I'm reading here? If that's the case, then Scooters needs 555 square feet for their very small operation. I don't know if that's the limit we would place on it, but I do appreciate the effort by Mr. Warner to explore that, and I would be interested in doing that. I also appreciate the residents who have said that one small drive-through would be okay with them, and that they have appreciated the willingness of the developers to take that step back and codify it in the SUP proposal. I think that conditioning the SUP on a square footage is a reasonable is one reasonable step we could take. Obviously, if there's a use type, a defined use type in our use table that further restricts that for the comfort of everyone nearby, that might be another way to look at it. As far as the traffic goes, I mean, what can we do? We spend a lot of time in the city, and I have myself personally, as a member of Live Well committee, working on safe routes to schools in Lawrence. And the fact is that our snowball is that parents don't want to have their kids walk to school because there's too many cars, and so they drive, so there's more cars. That's, in the nutshell, that's what we're facing. And we have not done the facilities or the access steps needed to to eliminate that. And there are a lot of reasons to happen. Some people do have to drive, some people don't, but they do. This is true all over. But that additional traffic, there's two things going on there. One is, on one side, we say we have so much traffic, what's a few more cars coming out of a small coffee shop? The other is that the real, we're complaining about a cut on our finger when we have a gushing jugular vein wound going on somewhere else. So a little perspective is good, I think, in talking about the amount of traffic that's going to be generated and existing there. We do have a problem. Yes, this would add to it in some regard. That said, I feel like there is a way we can move forward with one drive-through, limited space, limited square footage, and whether it's a limitation to the use type as defined in our use table. So that is encouraging. I am inclined to support this if we can move a little further down that road. The size restriction and the possibility of having something as small as scooters in there, I think is actually kind of attractive. I also share Commissioner Payton's concerns about pedestrian access and Commissioner Ashworth's concerns about pedestrian access. It is true that there's a lot of pavement here, and I brought this up with the applicant last time this issue was before us, and I complained that it looked like if somebody wanted to walk to one of these facilities, they would have to cross an ocean of parking lots. I think they've done a better job here with the sidewalks, access on the outside, and the internal access as well, if I'm reading this correctly. So I'm inclined to support this if we can find a way forward with the restriction on site for the comfort of the neighbors and safety and health of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckoff. Becky or Jeff, is that something that could be looked up, during this meeting, the use table, and how that might figure into an approval?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. I was actually doing that, trying to find that one.
We're discussing it, and I will ask Becky or Amy to correct me if I'm wrong in my quick analysis of the table. I believe the most appropriate code use for what is being described as a fast order food, drive-in, as part of our eating and drinking establishments in the commercial use groups, which would be, which I believe is the ask before you this evening. And Becky, Amy, any other codes jump to mind that I'm seeing a lot of no's. So I think that might be the one that's the most appropriate, is the fast order food, drive-in use in the Land Development Code.
Very good. Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Struckoff, do you have any other follow-up observations or questions about that particular issue, or?
No, I don't. But I appreciate the efforts to lessen the impact by the applicant here.
Thank you, David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, and I would like to follow along what Commissioner Struckoff was saying, that I would echo that. I think we're getting close with a potential size restriction for the drive-through and a single drive-through as opposed to two. I also would just make the comment that these are not going to be just unique cars that come to this establishment. They're going to be many of the same cars that are already there for other purposes, dropping off kids. So it's not only just that it's going to be an additive, but it's going to be a benefit to the people who are already there anyway. So not necessarily that all of that traffic will be additional.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair. Any other questions, observations, ideas from other? Commissioner Carpenter, I didn't see your hand behind your name tag.
Oh, okay. I forget what we see. You see the reverse of on the screen. Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I just want to say, Mr. Warner, the current site plan that's in our packet, that certainly addresses all the issues that we discussed the last time it was here for a site plan. and I'm glad to see that. I think the design for this narrow drive-through between the buildings is innovative, and and could, you know, I don't know what the impact would actually be on the streets. I have to say roundabouts are a horror for pedestrians. Live close to one, and even with the pedestrian crossing offset like these are here at Inverness, cars shoot around there on their turns so fast that you've got to have eyes in the back of your head to get across safely. So, you know, and so the roundabouts are an issue, and I'm sure that that's been a component in making this particular parcel of land very difficult for the commercial development that it's been designated for. We already have conditions proposed by staff which limit it to fast order food drive-in. We have a condition that says only one drive-through on this entire parcel. The applicant is talking about reducing the square footage that is permitted for the building that's benefited by the drive-through, so that's a point of discussion. The other one I want to bring up is the hours of operation. The proposed condition is shall not include 24-hour activity. I'm not sure what exactly that means. Does that mean you can shut for half an hour and open up again? So you're open 23 and a half hours a day, or perhaps if we're really talking about a coffee shop, what are the hours of activity for a coffee shop? And I would point out, I know Scooters has done well. I'm very glad that they have done as well they had. I was on the board of zoning appeals when they came through to get the variances so they could have their drive-through in the parking lot of that gas station. And we worked with that to make that business possible, and it's been a successful business for Lawrence. So I would like to address the issue of hours of operation, and actually, if we are thinking about going forward with further restrictions, what is the minimum square footage for a coffee shop to be successful?
Becky or Jeff, can you address that?
Planning and Development Services. I'm not sure I'm equipped to answer how the square footage of a successful coffee shop necessarily. While a fan of coffee, I don't know if I have that in my skill set at the moment. Hours of operation are something that can be included as a condition of a special use permit. There are other examples of that in the community where there are prescribed hours of operations or kind of those details to that effect.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Sands.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Forgive me, Commissioner Sands. Commissioner Carpenter, did I see your hand? Did you have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I guess, Mr. Warner, do you happen to know what the hours of operation of the current scooters are? Put you on the spot here.
I was Paul Warner Architects. I was afraid you were going to ask me that. My smart aleck, they're a little bit all over the place. I'm not sure about scooters exactly, but like Z's opens up early and they're shut down by 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Starbucks is a different animal and runs, a long time. Certainly in the middle of the pandemic when, we saw some place that eventually may want, before COVID, that with all the students and the apartments there, that, maybe it's a place that the kids are going and would stay, maybe to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, something like that. Obviously, that isn't the case today. Coffee drink, I don't drink coffee. So it's an early morning deal. And I would think you'd want it shut down, I don't know, 9 or 10, something like that, or we can do a little bit more research and be a little bit better prepared at the city commission. To your other point about square footage, an analogy, I won't tell you why, but like J&S is probably 1,500 square feet. That's the number of a normal strip center space. So I would think certainly nothing larger than that. I won't mention all the bad national guys. They're all bigger than that, even with their other models that they try to build or may see building in the future. But at 12 or 14, really like the 1,500 square foot covers everything. I can see where scooters maybe want to expand a little bit in what they do and may need a little bit more space. Obviously you're familiar with 9th and Iowa. That's about the smallest thing you can drop anywhere. They have most chains like that have different models. What you do see on the site plan is the 550 square foot. I would hate to limit it to that small, and then all of a sudden they want to add 200 square foot kitchen so they can provide more stuff, and we're all back here again. So in my mind, a square footage of certainly 1,500 is a great number. Maybe 1,200 makes people feel a little bit better, and we can do a little bit more research on the time.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Jim Carpenter, Planning Chair. I saw a lot of hand motions. I guess it was Jamie. I can't remember your last name, but it looked like you looked up the hours for scooters. Could you tell us what those are?
Jamie Hall's neighbor. Thank you for calling on me. Google is my friend, and Google says that Scooters is open on 9th Street from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, Ms. Hulse, Mr. Warner. Commissioner Sands.
Google's my friend too. And what I found on Google through Scooters, and I agree with Commissioner Butler that we should not fixate on scooters. The 500 square foot building, according to the franchise information, provides a kitchen with a drive-through and no indoor seating area. And then their drive-through coffee house that includes outdoor seating and indoor dining is suited for between 1,300 and 1,800 square feet. So as I'm hearing this discussion about square footage limitations, all these things make sense to me. Just to maybe add a little bit extra credence to the discussion that we're having. What I would add to on this is Alchemy recently opened, over the summer, opened up a drive-through location at 6th corner, north of 6th and Monterey by the car wash. And this is anecdotal, of course, but the times where I've visited, it is also a drive-through only situation, and it's not intrusive, and it doesn't impede traffic elsewhere in the development area.
Thank you, Commissioner Sands. I think
the commercial area.
Sorry, Commissioner Sands. I think we lost you for just a second. You were saying it doesn't impede traffic in the immediate area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't really impede traffic for the rest of that commercial development area. So the way the traffic pattern was set up, and as to whether or not it pulls more traffic into that area, because that's another area that has residential very close by. I would be interested in finding that out, just to use that as a bit of a contrast to what we're looking at here. It's very similar. It's next to an arterial and a minor arterial, and well, the type of business is the same, obviously, but also it's not even a dine near. It doesn't have a patio. It is just a drive-through arrangement, and again, it's next to residential, very close to residential. So I don't know if that's a research topic really directed at staff or anyone else. I think I'm going to poke around on GIS to see what I can find out in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sands. David Carter, Chair. Other commissioners, Commissioner Payton.
Erin Payton, Commissioner. I have a question. I might have missed something, might have gotten distracted there, but I feel like we're really very much focused on the size. And really, I think when I was, I'm not really against this, but at the beginning, I was thinking more of functioning. I think when I think about a neighborhood commercial or neighborhood commercial area, I think of a place where you can go with your neighbors and meet to have coffee. And so I think about scooters on Ninth Street, and I think that is just a place that you drive up in your car, drive through the scooters and leave. I see this has a patio, but I'm wondering if we're putting a restriction on there that's not necessary, because I kind of feel like it would be nice. I mean, thinking about Plan 2040, we keep talking about moving toward a more walkable, bikeable sort of community. And to me, a scooter's that's only 500 square feet and nobody can go into. So I wouldn't want to put the restriction that they could. I think my hang up is actually the drive-through, not, the establishment. So I don't know. Are we putting restrictions on there that just are maybe doing the opposite of what we might intend, or is that really just that's what scooters does, and so we're content with one, and scooters really just does the small drive through sort of establishment?
So thank you, Commissioner Payton. David Carter, Chair. Do you want to direct that to staff or to the applicant? Or to other?
I think I want to direct that to Paul Warner. Maybe staff could answer that, but really,
No,
I think I was directing that toward Paul Warner because I'm hearing us talk about that. We only want 500 square feet, but I'm thinking, if you're going to have something there, it would be great if neighbors could go there, and we have a little coffee shop up here that just appeared, and it seems like all the neighbors now, that's where they go. So I'm just wondering if where that sort of stipulation is coming from. I mean, I see that it's on the site plan, but so I think Paul Warner, I'd like to answer that.
I think that's a great point, and I'll give Commissioner Sands credit for Googling scooters. So as we said, all the chains, they all have different models. This is the one where we started with. If I'm scooters, in the back of my mind, 9th and Iowa is probably not the best place to sit outside on a patio, and is geared obviously more towards, people heading downtown and going through a drive-through. That, I love the idea that they have a different model that's 1,300 to 1,800 square feet with indoor seating, not great now, but it's certainly outside. We're a big fan of patios, even before COVID. But, I see encouraging them to know everything that, Commissioner Payton just said, that in this location, you're probably a bigger benefit by having more seating and not just focusing on a drive-through as the model. So that's seeing how this goes tonight is one of the calls that I think we're going to try to encourage them to, maybe pick a different model and talk to them about that.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Sinclair.
Luke Sinclair, Planning Commissioner. Thank you. In the vein of that discussion, is that something that would be ironed out at the site plan stage that would come in? And if so, would that come back in front of us, or is that something that we would need to have in the special use permit? And specifically, I'm directing that, I guess, to Becky or Jeff. And specifically, can we have a condition that says you have to have an outdoor seating area or something along those lines? Or do we wait for site plan and evaluate it there and say this has to be neighborhood scale, and if it's just a drive-through without seating for the neighbors, it's not neighborhood scale.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Commissioner, my understanding your question correctly is if you would like to condition the design, or would it be preferable to have you see a different design for approval as part of the permitting process?
Luke Sinclair, Planning Commissioner. I guess my question is whether or not there's outdoor seating or something of that nature. Is that something more suited towards the site planning process or towards conditioning a special use permit? And will we see a site plan after, assuming we approve a special use permit, will we see a site plan in the future?
Jeff Crick, Planning Development Services. The special use permit functions as a site plan. So the one that you would see this evening would effectively be the approval that you'd be looking at it in that line and instance. For the rest of the site, if it met and had the standards of an administrative site plan requirement, it would go through that, and it would be a staff level review. It would not involve the Planning Commission. But if there's a design element or an aspect to it that the commission would find value to, it may be beneficial to have that come to you as part of the approval process and not as a conditional item. My concern would be is that staff may not have the full interpretation of the 9 commissioners on what that would look like to be an affirmative vote. That would be an issue that I'd be worried about.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I would add in, that SUP runs with the land, and you can condition the size of the building or perhaps the looks of the building or the hours of operation. If you start mandating you have to have an outdoor seating, someone comes in that doesn't want to have outdoor seating but fits within the footprint, it's something that's best for site plan would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Randy. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Sinclair, do you have a follow-up?
I don't.
Thank you. Commissioner Willie.
I think we're getting really close here, so I want to wrap a few things together. I think we're, at least what I'm comfortable with would be one drive-through, limiting in the SUP the size of the building that's associated with it to 1,500 square feet. I'd even go 1,800 square feet or something in that realm. I think Mr. Warner has heard us say that we would prefer something that had seating. I think we should leave it at that and not tie anything more than the size of the building to the permit. And then say, I would recommend hours of operation 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. I throw that all out for discussion, but I think we're narrowing into something.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Commissioner Sands.
I support the concepts that Commissioner Willie outlined. I would add that I found the traffic counts, and I'm not gonna go all Jeff Crick on everybody, but there's some incredibly interesting reports. If you pull up the PDFs that are embedded within ArcGIS on the traffic flows, directions, etc. And what I would say is, in comparing, for me, in my mind, I was comparing Monterey Way and 6th Street and the coffee shop, the small drive-through only coffee shop operation that's up there, with a potential drive-through only coffee shop operation at Clinton and Inverness. So bear that in mind with what I'm about to say. At 6th and Monterey, total traffic count is over twice for all day for all events. However, when you break it down on morning peak, Inverness and Clinton beats out 6th and Monterey. That flips at the midday, and then it kind of that holds steady also for the evening, which the evening peak measurements are only for 4:45 to 5:30. So they're really, 5:45. So they're really only counted for that kind of that returning home from work traffic and not necessarily the school traffic. So I say all that really to mean that you have to look at the patterns of where the traffic is going on these reports. And I do not foresee the added traffic for this being of a significant volume, basically to warrant denial when we've already put so many conditions on the applicant. Over.
Thank you, Commissioner Sands. David Carter, Chair. I'm going to, I think I'll add this to item F. But in returning to my earlier observation, this site is designed for significant increase of commercial activity. And so I am going to, I'm going to seek staff's guidance on requesting, I don't think it's just a site planning issue with this one facility. I'd like to understand better about traffic safety and pedestrian safety at Inverness and West 24th. As this site is slated to grow and activity here is slated to grow. So I'll leave it at that for now. But I don't know whether I'll turn this over to Commissioner Willie or someone else if someone's interested in making a motion at this point. Commissioner Ashworth, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I had Commissioner Ashworth, a couple questions, technical questions for clarification before we moved on to that. I just want to make sure in the staff recommendation, this is called fast food order drive-in, and I just want to make sure, since everybody's talking about a drive-through, that there's no legal difference between a drive-in and a drive-through. Make sure that that's the same. The other question, technical question I have is we're talking about limiting the size of the establishment. Would that, since what's in here is per section of the land development code shall not exceed 3,000 square feet, is that where that modification would be? Where would that modification be for the size of the establishment? And those are questions for staff.
This is Becky Pepper with Planning Department. Yes, the fast order food drive-in use, the definition that's provided in the land development code includes examples that would be your typical drive-through. And then for your second question, yes, I think one of our recommended conditions was number 3B. So that says the fast order food drive-in use shall not exceed 3,000 square feet. I think you could make that modification to the size there.
Thank you, Becky. Commissioner Ashworth, do you have a follow-up, or did that answer your question? Okay, thanks. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Payton.
I'm not exactly decided yet, but I don't know that either way it's necessary to restrict size. I actually feel comfortable with a larger size.
Thank you, Commissioner Payton. Commissioner Willie, I think I talked over you earlier. Were you going to say something?
I was ready to make a motion, but if we're not there yet, I can hold off a little.
Commissioner Struckoff.
I would just like to say that I generally support the proposals that that Commissioner Willie has put forward. Also note that I was digging around a little bit while the discussion was going on, and I found out that, for instance, Chipotle averages 2,500 square feet for their buildings, and McDonald's requires 4,500 for their buildings and a 45,000 square foot patch of land. So I don't think we're going to have a McDonald's there or a Chipotle. That's not to minimize the concern of anybody about a national chain coming in there, but there are some pretty serious restrictions for those types of businesses that will not be met on this site. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckoff. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner
generally in support of Commissioner Willie's proposal. The line of questionings I had earlier wasn't just about scooters, or it was more about the concerns for the long-term use of this particular building, because the SUP does run with the land, how we can make sure that some future business does not go in there that is more objectionable than this one in its size. So with our ability to limit the size of the building, the times of operation, the number of drive-throughs on that parcel, I think we can get to a point that several of the members of the public have commented to, that they're comfortable with, as long as we can prevent large-scale operations from coming in there. So I'm not sure where that number is, whether it's 1,500 as Mr. Werner suggested, or 1,800 as Commissioner Willie suggested. But, you know, perhaps we can get a little more input on just what size others are comfortable with. But I think the size limit does make a difference, especially with the information Commissioner Starkoff just presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Any other commissioners want to weigh in on that point? Speaking personally, David Carter, Chair. Speaking personally, I think I'd want to keep it on the upper end, and again, not being scooter specific, but I want to keep it on the upper end of that particular model, around 1,800 square feet. I don't think I'd want to go above that. Does Commissioner Payton, are you wanting to say something?
Oh, kind of thinking about it. So I will. Could I just ask a neighbor whether, Jamie, let's say, whether she feels like that size restriction, if there's anything like that really makes a big difference as far as, you know, neighborhood feel?
Thank you, Commissioner Payton. I would suggest that maybe you ask Larry or Dawn. I think that their feelings are probably more strong than mine.
Dawn?
Can you repeat your question?
Is there I mean, it's likely something is going to go there. And it is a really great place for infill. So is there a particular type or variety, like we're talking about this and limiting, you know, the tiny little scooters that you see on 9th Street? Is there something that feels more comfortable on a neighborhood level?
You know, okay, so if you're my husband, you're all about a scooters where you can sit there and drink coffee because he loves coffee, right? But actually, Paul Werner's comments about the line around the building on 9th really worry me, because even with a sit-in area, if our drive-through scooters does that, I'm actually more concerned than I was before. I think the idea of a quaint coffee shop, even if you're driving through and it's small, I'm not necessarily opposed to that. My issue is you can't limit it to that, right? And so it's the domino of things. So if you say, okay, 1,500 square foot, who is going to want to go in there other than something like that? I get that. But now I'm more concerned about this whole line around the building concept, which, you know, is worrisome.
Thank you, Ms. Shu. Aaron, I'm not sure you got the answer you were looking for, but excuse me, Commissioner Payton, do you want to follow up with another question?
I mean, Aaron, yeah. No, I'm not sure I understood it fully, but mostly because my computer cuts out so much. But did I understand correctly that you feel more comfortable with sort of the neighborhood coffee aspect, but not so much the drive-through with cars, long lines of cars? Is that Did I understand that correctly? If not,
Yes.
please.
And I think the whole neighborhood understands that something is going to go in there. Someone owns the property. They don't own it for joy, right? They want to develop it. And I get that. And I can't speak to the neighbors who came before me to argue this in front of commissions. But the idea of lines around the corner and that roundabout and our kids walking to school, that's where my concern lies. So no, I'm not necessarily against a neighborhood coffee shop.
Thank you, Ms. Shu. Commissioner Payton? I don't think I'm gonna hazard a guess. We're not going to get an estimate of like square footage, for example. I think the question of how big an establishment needs to be in order to balance on-site consumption with, drive-through purchases is a valid point. But it's going to be somewhere between, the 1,200 and 3,000 square foot. We've got this wide variety of square footage, and I'm struggling because we need to reach a determination, and it seems like there's a broad range here that we need to be considering. I think I do support the maximum square footage. I think that's a good way to limit the scale of activity, and indirectly the type of business that's going to concede to these restrictions. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with a specific figure, but perhaps Commissioner Willie is smiling. I would like to hear your input on, since you were very close to making a motion, I'd be interested in hearing you summarize where you see things at this point.
The same thing I said before.
Thank you. David Carter, Chair. I think aside from the specific square footage estimate, I would be very willing to entertain a motion. I think we have converged. Not everyone is going to be happy with the determination, but being sensitive to the scale of the operation, its likely impact on traffic, its distance from major intersections, the likely draw that it's going to get from the neighborhood, I'd be very willing to entertain a motion at this point. Commissioner Willie, would you like to take a stab, and then we always have the opportunity for further discussion before voting?
I'll give it a try. This is a lengthy one. I move to approve the special use permit SUP 20-216 to allow a single fast order food drive-in use located at 4300 West 24th Place based on the findings of fact provided in the staff report, and forwarding the application to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval for a single fast food use, and subject to the following conditions, with the change that in 3B, that the square footage shall not exceed 1,800 square feet, and in 3D, that the hours of operation should not be greater than 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. A motion is made. Do I have a second? Commissioner Sands, is that a second? Very good. Do we have further discussion on this from commissioners? Commissioner Sinclair.
Luke Sinclair, Planning Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one, question or thought. Is there, I want to make sure that Mr. Werner thinks this is something that he can run with, or in the alternative, is it beneficial to defer this so he can actually talk to the applicant and see if this is something that can get worked out and is within Scooters, for instance, if they could put a store in there that would fit this? Because we have been sort of doing Google research and shooting from the hip a bit on store sizes, and this isn't our expertise. And so if we say 1,800, as the maximum, and there are reasons why for something that wouldn't work or something happens, then we've done all this work for naught. And I just want to ask that question before we proceed with a vote, thumbs up or thumbs down on the SUP with those conditions. And so I guess that's directed to you, Mr. Werner.
Paul Werner Architects. No, I think to your point, and I'll give the commissioners credit for Googling better than I do. And maybe I should have been better prepared with the instead of just analogies about the square footage. But I love the idea of 1,800 square feet. That's what Scooters has a model. Whether I misspoke about the line around Scooters, it clearly is a different environment at 9th and Iowa than at a location that we're talking about today. I love the idea that, Commissioner Struckoff, or in the quick Googling, now everybody's familiar and knows that a McDonald's is 4,500 square feet, and even Chipotle at 2,500. But the coffee shops that live in strip malls and stuff, they're 1,500 square feet. So with Scooters having a model at 1,800, I don't know if that means we can convince them that that's the great answer and that's what ought to be built. But I think the people that do site selection love to hear comments like this, and this is encouraging for them to think, maybe rethink the model. But I think 1,800 square feet as a limit is great, and I would agree with the time as well. 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. I think works, and I don't see a reason to defer it. Look for your support. I think it's been an excellent discussion, and feel better about where we're heading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Werner. Any other commissioners? Okay, with that, Amy, could I ask you to call the roll, please?
Amy Miller, Assistant PDS Director. Ashworth.
Yes.
Butler.
No.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Hayden.
No.
Sands.
Yes.
Sinclair.
Yes.
Struckoff.
Yes.
Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-2.
Thank you, Amy. And again, I would like to thank members of the public who spent their evening with us, and really appreciate all your valuable input. With that, let's go on to item 6. Consider approving a text amendment to Chapter 20 of the City of Lawrence Code to increase the number of uses to which a temporary shelter may be permitted accessory use. Luke, thanks for sticking with us. You ready to tell us about this?
Good evening, Commissioners. Amy Miller, Assistant PDS Director. It's actually going to be me this evening.
Well, that's fine. It's happy to hear from you, Amy.
We kindly gave Luke the evening off, but Luke did have a heavy hand in this, and I definitely want to thank him in advance for all the work that he's done on this text amendment. This item that's before you this evening is text amendment 20-00267. This is the second text amendment regarding temporary shelters that you are seeing. The City Commission gave direction that we work on 2 text amendments. The first one, which you've already seen approved, the City Commission has already approved and is actually on the books now. It increases the occupancy limits associated with temporary shelters when they are an accessory use to religious institutions. The text amendment that you're looking at this evening expands the uses that a temporary shelter can be accessory to, subject to those same occupancy limits by right. The code allows temporary shelters in 2 different ways. The first way is through a special use, through a permit process, special use permit process. And in that case, there are no occupancy limits, and they actually have to develop a few different plans and have that plan approved. And they also have to come into compliance with all building and fire codes, so life safety codes. When a temporary shelter is accessory currently to a religious institution, they're subject to those occupancy limits. They do not have to go through that entire process and come into compliance with the life safety codes if they stay under that occupancy limit and under that limitation on the number of days per year. We looked at expanding it not just to religious institutions, but other uses. And in doing so, we actually had a little subcommittee of staff that included fire prevention, building safety, planning staff. We actually also got our parks and recreation staff involved as well, because some of the buildings that, some of the uses that we were considering would involve some of those buildings. And in doing so, really took a look at not only where it was appropriate in terms of a land use, but also what could help to satisfy those life safety issues. What buildings might already have those in place. And in doing so, we came up with a list of other uses where temporary shelters could be accessory by right. That expands it to school, event center large, active recreation, participant sports and recreation indoor, entertainment and spectator sports limited, entertainment and spectator sports general. And that would be in addition to the 2 different religious institution uses. Those would encompass a lot of your event centers, community buildings, recreation centers. It could also potentially include other places like the fairgrounds, for instance. So those are just some examples of the types of existing uses that would fall under those use categories. There's a little bit of some of the how's the sausage made behind the scenes that I won't get into, but really we ended up making the change by pulling it out of the religious institution section of the code and adding it into its own section. So it's also a whole lot clearer, because previously the part that allowed it to be accessory by right was only housed inside of the religious institution code section. So like I said, this is really the second part of the temporary shelter text amendment that the City Commission requested. And I would be happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Amy. David Carter, Chair. Jeff, could I ask you to confirm whether anyone is in the chambers to speak on this item?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. There's no one in chambers on this item.
Okay, thank you. David Carter, Chair. Before turning this over to the Commission, I just want to thank Amy. I want to thank you and Luke and staff for working on this. I mean, we're on the brink of what could be a really difficult winter, and I appreciate the effort that staff has gone to try to make allowances and to mitigate that. I have one question that is about, I mean, I recognize this is about permitted uses. This doesn't make any organizational assumptions, but I'm curious, during your discussions, what are some visions of how this might actually be pulled off? I mean, upon whom might one rely to actually organize something like this, where you've got a religious institution, which is both a building and an organization? And the kinds of facilities you're describing here are buildings or facilities, but don't assume an organization. Am I making sense?
Yes. So I think the first thing is, even with a religious institution, we're still looking at it from a use standpoint, and all buildings have an owner. So in a lot of cases, we're relying on those individuals and those organizations to come to say, oh, this is now on the table. let's come to the city. Let's see if we can do something. I think that there's also been, you know, we've had some conversations tangentially with the county. Like I said, with Parks and Recreation. I think the key is all of that is very much in its infancy. And so I can't really speak to what organizations might want to take part in this, but this at least presents that opportunity for, it opens quite a few doors and opportunities for temporary shelters to be located.
Thank you, Amy. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I think this is a great thing for us to have in place as a community, and not just for, you know, potential for winter shelter, but other, you know, emergency kinds of shelters. I think it opens up opportunities for the Red Cross or emergency management to find spaces that work in a variety of environments. In terms of if you know, certain parts of town were damaged in a tornado or some other natural disaster, and we had to really be more creative with our spaces, this allows us to do that. I think it's great work. I think it's really important, and I think we should pass it.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair. Any other comments, questions? Or Commissioner Sinclair?
Luke Sinclair, Planning Commissioner. I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Willie.
Thank you so much. If there are no other questions for staff, would someone care to make a motion? Commissioner Ashworth.
Commissioner Ashworth, I move that the Planning Commission forward the proposed amendment to Article 4 and Article 5 of the Lawrence Land Development Code, revising items related to temporary shelters to the Lawrence City Commission with recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Do I have a second? Commissioner Struckoff. Any further discussion on this item? All right. Amy, could I ask you to call roll, please?
Amy Miller, Assistant PDS Director. Ashworth.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Hayden.
Yes.
Sands.
Yes.
Sinclair.
Yes.
Struckoff.
Yes.
Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Fantastic. David Carter, Chair. Amy, thanks again. And again, thanks to staff. That brings us to our last scheduled item, item 7. Consider a variance from consider a variance of the subdivision regulations for a minor subdivision located at 701 East 19th Street to allow reduced right-of-way width on East 19th for Industrial Square Edition number 2. And is Kyle, are you available to give us a presentation on this?
Oh, Kobe with planning, I am. MS 20-00239 is a minor subdivision to split the existing lot 2 of the Industrial Square Edition into 2 platted lots. The 2 new lots will be divided between the 2 existing uses on the current lot. Proposed lot 1 will also incorporate a portion of vacated railroad right-of-way adjacent to the Burroughs Creek Trail. Typically, minor subdivisions are approved administratively. However, this application is before you because it requires Planning Commission approval for a technical variance from the subdivision design standards. East 19th Street is classified as a minor arterial, which the subdivision regulations state requires 100 feet for street right-of-way. The plat proposes maintaining the existing right-of-way width of 80 feet. The city engineer has stated that additional right-of-way is not required and indicated approval of the technical variance request. If denied, the applicant would be required to dedicate an additional 10 feet of right-of-way along East 19th Street. Approval of this technical variance will not result in any changes to the existing street pattern. Approval would maintain the existing street right-of-way widths. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the technical variance request to allow reduction of required street right-of-way width for East 19th Street from 100 feet to 80 feet. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kyle. David Carter, Chair. I believe we have, excuse me, we have the applicant, Mr. Grove. Do you care to add to Kyle's comments?
I really don't have anything to add. Here we are again with one of these variance requests. I know it's tough for everybody to wholeheartedly approve these requests, but keep in mind, you know, all of them that have come before you that I've brought are, you know, redevelopment or infill, you know, where widening the right of way and things completely change the aspects of the site, you know, that in this particular one, if more additional right of way would be required, and is that in the parking in front of the building, which has always been there, would be non-compliant, and then we'd have to get a variance on the site future site plan because the parking would be too close to the street because additional right of way was required. So I appreciate your efforts and the efforts that Kyle did, and hope that you can okay this variance.
Thank you, Mr. Grove. David Carter, Chair. I believe we have Michael Allman on the call. Hi, Mr. Allman. You have 3 minutes if you'd like to make a comment on this.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you fine.
All right, thank you. It looks like this item to you is very cut and dry, very straightforward, but there's something rotten in Denmark, if I may say, something suspicious that I'm not sure is apparently apparent to y'all. And I'd like to share a quick map with you to show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Forgive me, I guess
you can see that now. That arrow points to a portion of the Burroughs Creek Linear Park that is within ownership of the city of Lawrence. And Mr. Grobe, as well as city staff, is saying that when they replat this lot will expropriate part of the abandoned railroad right-of-way. Well, that abandoned railroad right-of-way is the Burroughs Creek Linear Park. It's not the railroad anymore, and the property owner does not control that, and so they can't include it in their plat. And I don't know why Mr. Grobe, I mean, he can measure down to a fraction of an inch. He's a surveyor and an engineer. Why he's misrepresenting this in such a way that they're going to be gaining 31 feet theoretically of the Burroughs Creek corridor park and trail. So I don't think you can approve this variance tonight because it applies to a piece of property they do not control. I think it's improperly filed and misrepresented, and I think you need to have staff reevaluate it, because if at the very least, staff has done a very sloppy job of accepting at face value what this engineer has told you. So I'd like some explanation of that if I could, and I think you better step back a bit here on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allman. And I'm sure we'll have a conversation about that particular issue. Mr. Grove, would you care to respond to Mr. Allman's comments? Oh, you're on mute. Excuse me, Mr. Grove, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. I have to apologize that Mr. Allman is incorrect. When the Burroughs Creek Trail was evaluated, probably prior to rebuilding it, the city hired an attorney. They evaluated all the parcels along the property and decided that it reverted back to the property owners. And so the city took the effort to purchase, through condemnation and other aspects, to purchase the property that was the old abandoned railroad. In this area, while it shows up on the county appraisers and as the square or rectangle that you saw him present, when they were negotiating that, the owners of this property and to the property to the south said, well, wait a minute, that's abandoned railroad. We don't want to sell that property that provides us access to our property. So the legal deed, which has been provided to planning, did not deed all that abandoned right-of-way to the city of Lawrence. They went to approximately the west side of that driveway that is shown in that figure, and the area west of that is what was sold to the city as part of the Rail to Trail project, and the property owner retained the eastern portion that is included in the plat when it was determined that that belonged to the adjacent property owners. So staff has done their work. I've done my work. The legal has looked at it. There's a very lengthy document of how all that was done. The only problem here is the fact that the county's appraiser's office just showed the city owning clear over and including the entire road right-of-way is now belonging to the city. And that is incorrect, but that's only as it shows up on the GIS documentation.
Thank you, Mr. Grobe. I'm sure we're likely to have questions for you. I'm going to turn this over to the commission. Commissioner Carpenter, I have a feeling you might have something to say. No?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, in that case, Kyle, would you care to offer your response? Anything else you wanted to say in addition to what Mr. Grobe said about Mr. Allman's observations?
Kyle Covey with planning. I think he did a pretty good job of laying it out. We spent quite a bit of time. I know that Dean did on his end, and I certainly spent quite a bit of time looking through the documents, which are actually referenced on the face of the plat, and seeing what those had to say, and then running that by legal and several other folks to verify that the documents that are on hand essentially state that it is appropriate to do what we are doing here with this plat. Yeah, again, I don't know that I have a whole lot to add. The abandoned railroad right-of-way essentially reverted to adjacent property owners, and one of those documents is actually a deed where the city purchased a portion of this right-of-way for the Burroughs Creek Trail, which left the rest of it under the ownership of these property owners. What is taking place with this is simply extending the lot line out to the extent of the where the ownership already is. And I would also agree that the mapping software may just be slightly, it just doesn't have that additional line in there is really all that amounts to.
Thank you, Kyle. Just to clarify then, it's just a matter of an easement that allows for the Burroughs Creek Park to exist on that private land?
So sorry, the portion that the Burroughs Creek Trail is on right now is owned by the city. So where the platted lot line is proposed to be extended to abuts up against it, but the Burroughs Creek Trail is actually to the west of that line, and you can see that as shown on the plat where it says City of Lawrence recorded deed, roughly corresponding with that line that's right next to that text if you have the plat pulled up from the attachments.
Yeah.
But yes, just to be clear, it's not an easement, it's the City of Lawrence owns the Burroughs Creek Trail, and everything to the east is privately owned.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Any further any questions, comments, observations from commissioners? No. I guess I'll David Carter Chair. I'm going to just ask Mr. Allman. Does the explanation satisfy your concern?
Thank you. Well, I would like to see the documents. What I can find in the public record is this document here, where it indicates the entire 100 feet width is owned by the city of Lawrence, and it listed as 5.2 acres, 5.52 acres. It gives this PIN number registered with the Register of Deeds, and that PIN number corresponds to the entire corridor. I know that in 2006, when Dave Corliss, the city attorney at the time, was negotiating, he bought the land, the parcels from every property owner along the corridor, except maybe there were 2 that were contested and had to go to court. As far as the records that I know, he purchased 100 feet width for the entire corridor, and it's indicated with this document here. In the staff report, I'm going to close that out if I could. Okay, here it is. In the staff report, it says the area, and this is in the staff report, this area is the property right next to the 100-foot wide Burroughs Creek Park. And it says the outlined in teal, the property outlined in teal, located adjacent to the Burroughs Creek Linear Park and Trail. So the staff report says this property, which does not include any of the Burroughs Creek Trail, is adjacent to the Burroughs Creek Trail. So if nothing else, there's an inconsistency here. On one hand, they're saying this property includes 31 feet of the Burroughs Creek Linear Park, whereas a staff report says it doesn't. And it says that no vacation of easement is required. So I'm finding documents that contradict what staff and Mr. Grobe are telling us. And if they have better legal information, more documents than the Register of Deeds does, I think the Planning Commission needs to see those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allman. And you can stop sharing now. Thank you. I guess, David Carter Chair, I'm going to ask Kyle again. I mean, Mr. Allman seems at least to have brought out a discrepancy between public records. Can you help us resolve that?
Kyle Kobe with planning. Yes, I think so. As far as the image that is available that he referenced in the staff report, I will admit that was an oversight on my part. I should have added a caveat to that in the caption to that image that clarified that that did not reflect the records that we had found through the research that we did with this project. I do not dispute that the mapping software does show the Burroughs Creek Linear Park and Trail at the width that it is shown on there and on the interactive map that you could go look at tonight right now. However, I guess it really just boils down to the documentation that's available, again, that's referenced on the face of the plat, shows that the ownership is actually several feet farther to the west than what that line is showing. I think that the explanation is as simple as the mapping software, the map we can look into getting updated, but the documentation that's referenced on the plat is consistent from all of the research that I have done, and I have not seen anything that contradicts that.
Thank you. Thank you, David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter, I think now you have something to say.
Yeah, Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. The item before us tonight is simply the variance on the right-of-way on 19th Street, correct? We're not
Correct.
being asked to do anything with the planning. Is that correct?
Kyle Kobe with planning, that is correct.
So if we go forward and approve this variance, the Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, if we go forward and approve the variance to retain the current width of 19th Street, whether where the actual property line is something that can be worked out. I'm just wondering if we do the variance, would it apply to the Burroughs Creek Trail, the linear park?
Kyle Kobe with planning. It would, in that the technical variance request extends the entire length of that northern lot line. So it applies to that entire stretch. So in a way, it does sort of touch the area that we're talking about right now. However, it doesn't, I guess it does not further extend the request in a way. The request is consistent along the entire, I guess, axis of that that lot line. So yes, it does impact the area that we're talking about. But if it were found that staff had made an error in some way, shape, or form, and that we needed to redraw that where that lot line is to more accurately reflect the where that lot line should be based on the ownership, it would maintain consistency because there's no, like, it doesn't dogleg or it doesn't adjust at any point. I don't know if that's coming across clearly or not, but it would maintain consistency along the entire stretch.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, that was a much clearer answer than my question was. So thanks for that. Essentially, if we approve the variance for this lot, and it is subsequently determined that a portion of this lot was not technically part of this, the variance wouldn't apply to the part that's outside the lot. Would that be correct? I mean, it would be null.
Kyle Kobe with planning, correct, yes. It by default would no longer apply because the line would not extend that far at that point.
Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. So the only thing that we need to really be concerned about tonight is whether or not we're going to grant the variance to maintain the current road width and nothing else. Correct?
Kyle Kobe with planning, yes. The technical variance is the item on the agenda for you tonight.
Thank you, David Carter, Chair. I'd like to thank Commissioner Carpenter for his clear-headedness at 11:15 at night. Commissioner Struckoff.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, for bringing us back into focus. I would only add regarding the discrepancy is that while serving on the steering committee for the linear park and trail, as did Mr. Allman, I remember the owner of this property at the time, Lee Zimmerman, being a very strong advocate for this trail. And he was, I would say, gung-ho. And I believe that he would have done everything possible to make it so, including selling the property, except for the fact that that driveway is there. And I assume that the interesting thing is that the driveway, when I look at the lot lines on the interactive maps, on the GIS maps, the lot line is to the east of that driveway, which means it's either belongs to the city or there's already a discrepancy on there. So I'm just throwing that out there. Lee Zimmerman was a strong supporter and probably would have done what he could he would probably sell that property if asked, but the question is whether, where that line actually is. And so that will come out later. Let's leave that and return to our regularly scheduled programming for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckoff. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter.
Carpenter, Planning Commission. I just want to add a little bit to what Commissioner Struckoff said. I was also on that committee. And Commissioner Struckoff is correct. Mr. Zimmerman was willing to sell land on the north side of 19th Street adjacent to that trail to be used as a trail access and parking lot. But the city did not take him up on that offer and purchase it. So I believe Commissioner Struckoff's analysis of Lee Zimmerman's, if he could have sold that land, he would have sold it. But there's probably, I'm sure we got an error in just mapping here, but it doesn't even apply to our variance tonight. That's something that I'm sure the city's going to have to look at and they will correct.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. David Carter, Chair. Given that observation, I'm interested in if other commissioners have other questions, concerns, or if we are at a point where we could make a motion. Commissioner Carpenter, are you in a position where you'd be able to make a motion? I'm going to put you on the spot since you brought us back on track.
Jim Carpenter, Plan Commissioner, I would make the motion that we approve the variance from section 20-810E5I of the subdivision regulations for a minor subdivision, MS-20-00239, located at 701 East 19th Street to allow reduced right-of-way width on East 19th Street for Industrial Square Addition Number 2, a minor subdivision replat of Lot 2 Industrial Square Addition and part of the abandoned ATSF Railroad right-of-way adjacent to Lot 2.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Do I have a second? Commissioner Struckoff. Oh, any further discussion on this? All right, Amy, could I ask you to read the roll, please?
Amy Miller, Assistant PDS Director. Ashworth.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Hayden.
Yes.
Sands.
Yes.
Sinclair.
Yes.
Struckoff.
Yes.
Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
All right, thank you, Amy. Thank you, Kyle. And Mr. Allman, thanks for your observations as well. That concludes our regular agenda. It brings us to item F. And I believe we have at least one, possibly two items. Commissioner Willie, would you like to revisit your proposal from earlier in the evening?
Only if we can do it very quickly. We talked about putting forth for a text amendment to explore the possibility of SUP for indoor storage in different commercial zoning categories. If it's something that the commission feels like it's worth exploring, then it's worth putting staff time into. If the commission is not interested in exploring that, then I don't want to waste staff time.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Any other commissioners have any reaction to Commissioner Willie's proposal? Commissioner Ashworth, excuse me.
So how long ago was it that those distinctions were made? To be honest, I'm not inclined. Staff already has enough on their plate. And I'm not sure that this is worth the effort, but I'm just curious as to when those changes, the last changes were made on those zoning designations.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Ashworth, is that a question for staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Jeff, I think you're looking that up.
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. I am. That text amendment was initiated in 2018 and was completed I believe also in 2018, but let me just double check that date. It may have actually been 19. Yeah, it was in 2018. They were completed in August of 2018. It was when that amendment was put into the Land Development Code.
Thank you, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Commissioner Willie, could I ask, do you have a follow-up to that?
It's just up to if the commission feels like it's something worth exploring or if they don't.
And forgive me, I'm just going to ask you to be a little bit more specific and repeat what it is you'd like to explore.
So we had an item earlier looking at indoor mini storage as a use that didn't fit in neighborhood commercial zoning, but seemed like it wasn't as intense as it needed as the other commercial strip uses were. And so it kind of fell in between. So it looked like it was a possibility, not that we made a judgment on that, but a possibility for the location that was given and might be for other locations in town in the same situation. Is that something that we wanted to allow as an SUP or not?
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. David Carter, Chair. I guess my personal response to that is I'm not interested in that based on the observations that I made, both in terms of the type of activity, not in my opinion, catering to a surrounding neighborhood, and also architecturally, I find it, rigid and actually kind of alienating from the neighborhood. It's a form which isn't easily adaptable to other kinds of uses that could be, be more neighborhood friendly. So that's my personal, observation about that. But I'd like to entertain other commissioners' observations. Any other commissioners wish to respond to Commissioner Willie's proposal? I see Mr. Grove is interested. Commissioner Sands.
I think it's worth looking at. I think with that specific site, here's what I would say. The uses between CN and CS are so similar that they almost mirror each other. And so I don't know that the infill opportunities exist to be able to make such a bright line distinction between them. And so I think I could envision a scenario in which maybe some uses are taken away from one and put exclusively in the other. And then you have a SUP that swaps them in a way so that you still got some control at the planning commission level, and you've got a public hearing on some uses that are special in one and use by right in the other. I'm certainly interested in looking at it, not just for this area, but for others. And I think maybe a mid-month that really educates us on the bright line distinctions between between neighborhood commercial and strip commercial, and why they are what they are, would be welcome in my mind.
Thank you, Commissioner Sands. Commissioner Struckhoff.
I kind of like the Eric Struckhoff, Planning Commissioner. I kind of like the idea of exploring this further in a mid-month meeting before going to a text amendment or other change. I guess, part of although the line might not be bright, the reasons that I think of that the mini storage might not be appropriate in CN2 is exactly why we have the distinction between the two zoning districts. And I think for this one tonight, it did straddle that line a little bit, but for reasons of scale, form, and appearance, et cetera, it didn't quite fit. So we could, I think maybe it's best for us to explore that a little more at a mid-month meeting, as Commissioner Sands suggested, before dedicating further staff effort to it. I'd be interested in having that discussion there. I don't know if I'm interested in sending staff onto it right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Struckoff. Commissioner Willie, does that seem amenable to you, a mid-month?
I think it sounds like we'll have some conversation before we dedicate any more staff time, and I think that is probably appropriate.
Fantastic. Thank you. David Carter, Chair. With that, do other commissioners have any other observations or questions about this? If not, I think we could add that to the backlog for mid-month whenever we have those again. Jeff, could we ask you to add that onto the list, please?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services, be happy to.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. With that, I'd just like to add one additional item, David Carter, Chair, and this is directed to Jeff. Following up on the discussion around the development excuse me, I'm getting tired. The land at Inverness and 24th, West 24th. This question of traffic and pedestrian safety and the long-term vision of those streets, those sidewalks, and that land. I understand there was an area plan that was updated for that neighborhood. Is that correct?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. That's correct. The Inverness Park plan was, I think, recently adopted in 2013, or maybe amended in 2013. The hour may have shuffled my dates a little bit, but that plan did look at that area as part of an overall package.
Okay, so David Carter, Chair. So with that in mind, it would be a matter. It would go back to site planning then. The next time a specific or a final plat is considered. Is that when traffic impacts would be evaluated?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. There really, I think, probably two scenarios at which it would be evaluated. The first one would be is if the road was reconstructed or reevaluated as part of a public improvement plan. Secondly, it would be usually with a site plan or a development application that would kind of go through those cycles and processes. So as a site develops, we would look at it in terms of a traffic impact study to see what changes or issues may arise as part of that development package. So there's two potential avenues that we would pick that up as part of our review step.
Okay, thank you. David Carter, Chair. I guess the conclusion then is there are milestones built into the process that would allow for those considerations to be made. Is that fair?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thanks. With that, I'm satisfied. It's just something I was concerned about since I didn't think that the particular property we were looking at warranted a significant increase in traffic, but clearly the neighbors were, I think, legitimately concerned about both safety and congestion. So thanks for clarifying that. So do any other commissioners have any other issues they want to raise, any other business they want to raise before an adjournment?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Willie, if you'd like to go ahead, I would like to add something to the end, please.
No, I was going to motion to adjourn. Go ahead.
Okay, Jeff, can we ask, please go ahead.
I will be very brief and succinct. First, I would like to take a moment to actually thank the team that has been working this meeting with me. We've been in a little bit of a different circumstance from our normal different circumstance. I'd like to thank Amy and Kyle and Denny and Kurt for keeping us on the rails, given our are changes that we've kind of gone on in this meeting. So without them, we would have been off into the weeds on a couple of items. So thank you very much to their help and support along the way. Secondly, I will be able to announce to you that Becky Pepper in our office will be the new planning manager beginning on the 28th. So you will be seeing her take a more active role in planning commission and also in our mid-month meetings. And so that'll be a very positive change, we think, for the office. So that is something to look forward to. And lastly, want to share the news that we are looking, based upon your Monday meeting, we are reevaluating mid-months and seeing what is a good and possible option to really get them forward. We thought Monday was a good test run, and so we're going to take a look and see what we can do to refine that and hopefully get back on schedule and get our latest item on your schedule very soon. And that is all that I have for this evening.
Thank you very much, Jeff. David Carter, Chair. Excellent summary. I just want to second your recognition of staff. And of course, congratulations to Becky. With that, Commissioner Willie, would you care to make a motion?
I move we adjourn.
Do I have a second? I'm going to have like 8 seconds. Okay, Commissioner Ashworth. With that, Amy, could I ask you to call the roll, please?
Amy Miller, Assistant PDS Director. I'd be happy to call the roll. Ashworth.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Hayden.
Yes.
Sands.
Yes.
Sinclair.
Yes.
Struckoff.
Yes.
Willie.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Imagine that. Thank you. We're adjourned. Talk to you next month.